Christmas. So it's been a while. It really has been a while. So AAA, we did obviously John Cena's final show as well, final match. That was the last Saturday night's main event in the middle of December. And so, yeah, it's nice to be back doing stuff on a Saturday. Of course, the big one is next week. So that is the Royal Rumble. I know that there's people out there that don't watch WWE all the time. I'm sure you are aware the Rumble is next weekend. It's in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be earlier than usual, right? It's going to be earlier than usual. So you need to know that. It's worth knowing that because you might run the risk of missing it. So it is on early because it's in Saudi Arabia. Next Saturday, we, of course, are going to be here. We are going to be live. But we're live now. We're here now for Saturday night's main event. And some of you are going to be asking, what is on Saturday night's main event? I don't even know what this is. And I can help you with that. Because if you go to WWE.com, we can actually see a preview of what they've got lined up for us. So here we can see Cody Rhodes goes to war with Jacob Fatu. Now, this is going to be quite interesting because this has not had much of a build. Jacob is responsible for Cody losing his championship, or at least Cody sees it that way. Jacob actually made a really good point last night on SmackDown. You were going to lose that belt anyway. As far as I see it, Drew was pretty much out the door by the time I arrived. Obviously, we don't know if that would have gone that way. Many, many times people get to the door and then they are stopped. So there's no way of knowing, but that's why it's so good to kind of bring that into the story, you know? Would Drew have won anyway? Don't know. But Jacob is saying, look, don't blame me for losing your belt. You were going to lose it anyway, whether I was there or not. And I think what's really interesting, and a few people picked up on this as well, Drew is obviously saying, it was not me. And I think that's going to turn out to be true. Normally, when a heel is saying that, you know, it's not me, they're normally telling the truth because normally heels like to brag when they've done something. And that was the point that Drew made. He's like, look, if I did attack you, Jacob, which, you know, Jacob was out for a good few months. If I did attack you, I would be gloating about that. I've got no reason to not. I did not attack you. And Jacob, you know, started to kind of look in Cody's direction. Jacob's a bit of a madman, to be honest. I mean, he's come back and gone after Drew, seemingly with no evidence, and just decided it was Drew. And now, because Cody put his hands on him, now all of a sudden he's looking at Cody. Or I think he's going to accuse Cody. There's not really much, well, there is no evidence whatsoever at the moment. Jacob's just going around murking anyone, really. So that's kind of the backstory to this match. It is kind of face versus face. Cody, obviously a massive star in WWE. Jacob, a rising star in WWE. Both are, I would say, fan favorites. If you look online, there's a little bit of kickback at Cody at the moment. But I'd say they're both fan favorites. They're certainly both baby faces. So who's going to win? How do you book this? You know, I think this is tricky. I think the way that I would book it is I would have Cody win, and I would have Cody win with some sort of suspicious manner. So, you know that Cody beat Kevin by, I think it was a DDT or a crossroads onto a chair. And you might, I think it was a crossroads onto a chair to Kevin, but it was a DDT that he hit on Drew onto a chair. There's been a handful of tights when he wrestled against Seth. They've just been dropping these moments into matches where Cody has cheated. I think the reason for it is that one day he will turn heel, and they will show you all throughout his career he's been taking little shortcuts. Because I can think of 3 off the top of my head where he has not cheated, but cheated like win a match. Kevin Owens, which I think was like a Saturday night's main event. Drew, and at the end of last year, and which was like a DDT onto a chair that Drew had brought into the ring, in all fairness. And I remember, I think it was the second Seth match, going all the way back, he grabbed a handful of tights to secure the victory. So I think I would have Cody win here, but by some sort of cheating, right? That then really starts to put some questions onto Cody and just how good of a person is Cody. I would have it so that, you know, maybe Jacob was, you know, about to do something, he doesn't, and then Cody does it instead. So it's really questionable as to, you know, is Cody good? Is he bad? You can sort of see both sides. I think I would want to really muddy the waters, really explore if it was Cody that beat Jacob or not. I think Cody taking a clean loss here is just hard to imagine happening. He's still meant to be a big player at WrestleMania, so it's hard to picture him just putting Jacob over clean. I certainly don't think we should have Cody go over Jacob clean. That doesn't strike me as the right way forward because Jacob's a big rising star. So we are in a bit of a situation where it's like, okay, what do we do with the finish here? How do we book this? What makes sense? To me, the story is about Cody and did he attack Jacob or not? That's where I feel we're heading, right? And I think you need to give a bit more reason and evidence towards that theory, because there really is not much to play with there at the moment. So if you have Cody getting past Jacob thanks to a handful of tights or something, right? Then all of a sudden you start to really question Cody's kind of character. You know, well, if you were willing to do that, maybe you was willing to knock my teeth out at the end of last year. And all of a sudden Jacob can now put that accusation to Cody. So as part of a story, I think that would make sense. Obviously, this is going to put a bit of heat on Cody, and ultimately, I feel like it's going to be that he proves that it was not him. I think it's going to ultimately be Randy. I think Randy is the person I got in my sights. But yeah, really interesting, this one, because I think the booking of this is a little bit tricky. I know many of you out there would just have Jacob win clean. But I don't feel like that's the right way forwards. Because Cody is still a big player and is going to be a big player at WrestleMania. I think the latest rumor is Drew Cody for the title at WrestleMania. So I just don't see him taking a loss here, a clean loss to Jacob. I think if he does lose, there's going to be shenanigans. There's going to be something which will be, you know, a reason to explain why. So that's the thoughts on that. Next one, Women's Tag Team Championship match. Rhea and Io against Liv and Roxanne. So not loads to this one, to be honest. We've just got the tag titles on the line. So yeah, fine. There's not really too much to it. I think the women's tag division has got a lot of star power, but it's a lot of teams that feel like they've just been kind of put together, like Bayley, Lyra, and even Charlotte, Alexa. I mean, they've been going for a long time, but I don't feel like they've got a long-term future. I think that's part of the problem with this women's tag division. I just don't feel like a lot of these teams, Rhea and Io, are clearly not going to be together like throughout 2026. They are two massive stars that need to get back to that singles division. So I don't feel like their future together is going to be very long. Same with Bayley, Lyra. Same with who else have we got in here? I think Liv and Roxanne will be together for a little while, actually. But there's a few teams that we've got that I just don't envisage being together very long. So this match is okay. I think you could go either way, to be honest. But is it too soon to take the belts off Rio? Do they need a long title run? This is the problem when you've got teams that aren't really teams. I wish this women's division had like the Jumping Bomb Angels, had the Bellas, had the Iconics. I wish it was like the men's tag division, the male tag division, where, you know, we had proper tag teams like the Hardy Boys, like the Dudley Boys, like the New Day, proper women's tag teams that stay together, Caden and Carter, those kinds of teams that are actual tag teams rather than just some girls that have been shoved together for a little while. I really don't see Rhea Io staying together for very long. I don't see Lyra Bailey staying together for very long. We know that Charlotte, Alexa have teased like splitting. It's going to happen at some point. So, I mean, it doesn't feel like their future together is very long. So, I don't know. As a result, I think that's just a little bit of a problem for the women's tag division. I'm going to say Rhea Io retain. I don't really see a reason to take the belt off them at this stage. And we know that Julia and Kiana have got a title opportunity in the future. And so that says to me that it makes sense your baby faces retain. So that's a win for Rio. Randy, Trick, Damian, Sami. I think Sami wins. We're in Montreal. He's the favourite. Everything's pointing towards Sami winning. And then AJ and Shinsuke, I am going to go AJ. But you could go Shinsuke. I feel like you go AJ because he's got to go into his match next week at the Rumble where if he loses, he retires. Doesn't make a great deal of sense for him to lose here. But you could have him lose here and then you could cast doubt over it. You could have Gunther laughing at AJ at the fact he lost. You failed to beat Shinsuke at Saturday night's main event, but you think you're going to beat me at the Royal Rumble. So you could actually have him lose. So that one could go either way, but I think the way they'll book it is they'll have AJ Styles victorious and kind of have him go into that match next weekend with some momentum. So I'm going AJ, Sami, Rhea and Io, Cody, but the Cody win doesn't tell the full story. Okay, hello everyone. Let's go into the chat and see where the conversation is at. Connor said, Daze, here are my predictions. I've got Sami, I've got Rhea and Io, I've got Jacob, and I've got AJ Styles. Connor, shout out to you. Hasib said, Daze, we know all these wrestlers don't hate each other, but I want to believe it. I don't know about you, but since Unreal keeps showing wrestlers hugging after matches, I'm struggling to invest. I mean, honestly, I would say if you're someone that wants to believe that these wrestlers like genuinely hate each other, I don't know why you would watch Unreal. I don't know why you would tune in. I feel like if you want to keep that sense of immersion, then just stay away from those kind of behind-the-scenes documentaries. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't bother me. I think there is a place for Unreal. We've been doing these kind of documentaries for a long time, as I said the other day. You can go back and watch shows like 365, which, or they 24/7. Which is where they were doing like the whole build to a WrestleMania match, and then you would see in Gorilla, and you'd see behind the scenes, and this kind of Unreal stuff. It's nothing new. We've been doing this kind of content for a long time, but it's just not 5 episodes on Netflix as higher profile as this. What we would do before is maybe an hour documentary, just one, that focused on someone, and it would have been on the WWE network. So, and it would have had a bit of hype and whatever, but it would have only had a few glimpses behind the scenes rather than, the amount. So definitely this is more than what we used to get. But the idea that this is, I don't know, like really revolutionary or something, or really like showing us stuff that we've just never seen before. Honestly, I mean, give me a couple of days. I'll put together all the footage from those documentaries that used to be on the network, and you'd be shocked at the amount of stuff. I mean, I gave the example the other day. We saw Kevin Owens go up to Vince after their match. I think was it WrestleMania 34. It was him and Jericho. And Kevin Owens went up to Vince backstage and went, "Was that all right?" And Vince was like, "No." And Kevin was like, "Oh." And like you could see that Vince was fuming. He was not happy with that Kevin Owens Chris Jericho match at all. So for me, we've had these glimpses in Gorilla. We've had these glimpses backstage. This isn't really anything new. It's just a higher profile, and there's more of it. We've never gone in the creative room. I will give it that. We've never gone in and seen the writer's room. But for me, I think this is definitely something that I'm interested in, because I know this is not real. I mean, that was a conversation we had the other day about, is wrestling, when someone says to you, it's fake, a lot of people answer, well, so are films, so are TV shows, And a part of films and TV shows is there's a lot of bonus content, extra content, behind the scenes. I've seen so many making of documentaries for different things, and this is just like a behind the scenes making of documentary for WrestleMania last year or SummerSlam last year. I mean, for me, I wish we had this when we did WrestleMania 3. I would absolutely love to see Andre, how he felt about his match at WrestleMania 3 in Gorilla. I'd love to see kind of how people reacted, and they didn't really have Gorilla back then, by the way. But I'd love to see how people reacted. The reactions to that match. The reactions to... Could you imagine Macho Man and Ricky Steamboat heading to the back after their match? I'd love to see the reactions to that. One that's, brilliant, and also completely, destroyed kayfabe, is Walking with Shadows. I know that's not an official WWE documentary, but they did allow them backstage. WWE allowed this company backstage during Survivor Series 1997, and if you've never seen it, you've got to watch it, because it is basically unreal for the Montreal screw job. So when Brett, thought he was going to win, and then they screwed him for real in Montreal in 1997 at Survivor Series, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, we all know about the screw job. Well, Bret Hart had a documentary crew with him that were filming a documentary, and WWE gave them all access, and it's got loads of backstage footage from what happened backstage. I mean, what an important document that is. I mean, I think a lot of people would have said, I wish we had Unreal for the Montreal Screwjob. We do. It's called Walking with Shadows. So we have like these things that have been documented in the past. So I don't really get the outrage, to be honest. I think there's a lot of people just angry for the sake of it. I think that, honestly, there's a lot of people that just want to make noise. I think that's the truth. And I think that if you are someone that this is just not for you, just don't watch it. It's not hard. Just don't watch it. I'm sure you saw what it was about in the trailer and you went, nah, that's not for me. So don't watch it. But it is for me. I'm interested in that behind the scenes stuff. I think it allows us to have more educated conversations. The only down is that word came out that the documentary is only partially real, and that there are things scripted, which I think is really annoying, because all of a sudden that now starts to make you question what is real and what is not. So I sort of feel like you're taking away what is making that show special. If all of a sudden I don't know if what I'm seeing is legit, that's really annoying. Really, really annoying. Because I think it's true that some of those ringside conversations were probably made up. I think it's true that, there's moments backstage where they've kind of gone, hey, this would be good, just for the cameras of Unreal. That's really flipping annoying. And all of a sudden, it kind of makes it, to be honest with you, a bit less appealing to me, because you're kind of showing behind the scenes, and you're showing the stuff that Hasib just said that he doesn't like, which is seeing like wrestlers get on after matches. But you kind of take that, and that's fine. I can deal with that. But the purpose of watching is that I want to see what really is happening. Like, that's the appeal. And if a load of it is just going to be made up, then it's hard to find where the purpose of the show is. It's hard to figure out what that show actually is. And it's hard to see that there's much of a future, to be honest with you. Because there's plenty of people that don't like the idea of it, but there's a lot of us that do, because we want to really know more about what's happening behind the scenes. But then if it is going to be scripted, you just go, what's the flipping point? What's the point? We have got Galatasaray on Wednesday. Connor, shout out to you, buds. Ethan said, do we think AJ retires at the Rumble? I don't know. I think he gets past the Rumble. I feel like this close to WrestleMania, it wouldn't make much sense. I mean, don't take my word for it. I'm just not going in thinking that it's over. I think it's absolutely nothing for WWE to offer him a contract extension. If they offered him a month, 2 months, and let's get to Mania or whatever, sign a little extension, as long as both parties agree, that's absolutely no problem, is it? It's not like WWE are going to get to the Rumble and be like, well, there's nothing we can do. It's such a shame. We'd love to have you for WrestleMania, but I don't know. We've only got contracts that go for a year or something like that. They can do a week, 2 weeks. They can do whatever they want. So if his contract is up in February, they can absolutely extend it. I don't see that as really any barrier. I think it's interesting, but I don't see that as being anything, because for me, I just don't know why AJ's career would end in Saudi Arabia. I don't know why he wouldn't have a match in TNA. I don't know why you would wrap it up at the Rumble when you're so close to the grandest stage of them all. I mean, if you're a wrestler, why would you turn down going to WrestleMania? And why would WWE turn that down? Because if he is thinking of ending it now rather than, say, SummerSlam or something, wouldn't you want to go into Mania knowing this is it? I mean, wouldn't you, let's just say the plan is he's going to finish at the Rumble, right? Let's just say that's true. Wouldn't you turn around to him and go, listen, it would be really good if we could get you for Mania, because then we can do a whole build, we can do a whole like documentary, and do you know what I mean? We can do some stuff, and we can promote it as your last match, which is going to really help with WrestleMania views. So, you know, for me, it just makes so much sense that you would get to Mania at least. I don't know why you would want to wrap it up in Saudi Arabia, of all places, at a Royal Rumble, when your match is going to get, you know, you're going to retire AJ and then you're going to do a men's Rumble. I mean, I can't imagine you're going to do AJ's match last. I've got to think the Rumble would be last. So I kind of feel like the Rumble is the focus of the Rumble. I don't think that's where you retire. So I don't know. None of it feels right to me. I can't give you anything more concrete than that, because there's no word on the street about what's actually happening. So I can't give you more concrete than that. But none of it feels right. None of it works. But, you know, listen, sometimes things don't go the way that you think they should. A lot of people thought John should have gone to WrestleMania and retired, and they couldn't get their head around him retiring in December at Saturday night's main event. So, but that's what happened. So sometimes it doesn't quite go the way that people think it should. Aseeb said, do we think there's a chance AJ retiring? He won't re-sign because he's signing with TNA to do a short run for the rest of the year. I don't know that he would be looking for a run. He could be not something that I'm expecting. I think that he would want to have a match there. I don't know that he would necessarily want like a big run there. I don't even know if his body would be able to get him for the rest of the year. But the idea that he wraps up with WWE at the Rumble and then has a few months with TNA, maybe I could see something along those lines, and maybe his last match being in TNA. That's a massive thing for WWE to give up, though. AJ Styles' last match is a big deal, And why would a billion-dollar company like WWE want to give that to TNA? I mean, I know we have a partnership, and it might be what AJ Styles wants, but if I was WWE, I'd be doing everything I could to, get that match, because that's a big money match. That's going to shift pay-per-views. That's going to be a needle mover. There are many, many people that respect AJ Styles, regard him as one of the best wrestlers of the past 10, 20 years. And he is someone that can, as I say, for a retirement match, can definitely move a needle. So, not loads. We're not talking John Cena, but we are talking about someone that people care for, someone that people respect, someone that people would want to tune into a show to say goodbye to. And I feel like they're sort of leaning into that for the Rumble, but we haven't really gone full force, have we, into it? It's just been like mentioned, and we haven't done anything. It's hard to see it. Honestly, at the moment, it's just really hard for this to be it. There just is not enough buzz around that this could be it. I sort of sense a lot of people aren't buying it like me at the moment, and there's just not much in the way of like career retrospectives I'm sure we'll get some on Monday, but I mean, Monday's the go home for Rumble. I don't know, man. I sort of feel like AJ deserves serious flowers, and I'm not seeing any flowers at the moment, which is another reason why I'm thinking it's just the vibe ain't vibing. This just doesn't feel like we are about to say goodbye to someone like AJ Styles. So I think he gets past Rumble, personally. I think he gets past Rumble. I think he'll do a TNA match. I don't know that he'll have a run in TNA. You'd have to ask him about that. But it's so hard to be this close to WrestleMania and not see him compete at WrestleMania. Chio said, I think we'll find that there is a clause that it's only his WWE career is over and then he finishes the rest of the year in TNA. I think that he will get past the Rumble. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think I can see him being in TNA for the rest of the year. I think his body is pretty banged up, is in a really bad place. I think that him getting through matches is a concern. Well, we all saw the slip at Saturday night's main event. If he's in TNA for the rest of the year, I don't think he's wrestling very many matches. I don't think he's got many matches left in him. I really don't. Maybe he could be making appearances and cutting promos, but match-wise, I don't see him competing regular. So that's why I'm struggling, I think, with him, like, rest of the year in TNA type thing. He could go to TNA for a little bit. I don't know that it would be as long as, like, the rest of the year, though. Maybe Styles' last match could be at WrestleMania. You never know, says Robert. Connor said, do we think that we could have waited until Mania? We would have had Gunther AJ in Vegas, but we've got AJ facing Gunther at the Rumble. They could still do a rematch. Well, another match. This is already a rematch. We'll have to wait and see, honestly. I know where I stand on it. I think he gets past the Rumble. I've not changed my mind on that. I feel like there's not enough flowers around. I feel like we are leaning into the Gunther retiring Cena thing. I think that retiring in the Rumble, retiring in Saudi Arabia, it just doesn't feel right to me. None of it feels right to me. So I can't sit here and go, yeah, I think you guys are right. For me, it just doesn't feel right. I just don't feel like that's where it's going to end for him in WWE. It's so close to WrestleMania. So once we get past Mania, perhaps I'll feel different. If he does get to Mania and wraps it up there, then maybe in my mind he might be going back to TNA. But I don't know. I think he'll wrap it up in WWE, and I think that he'll go and have a match in TNA. But I don't know that he'll like sign a contract with TNA. Don't know. I wish I could give more than that, but there's just no word on anything, unfortunately. Joshua said, why are they doing the Rumble in Saudi? Why are they doing the Rumble in... What, money, Joshua? Money? The money that Saudi pay is significant. We said the other day, there was a report not long ago that they've made more money from the Saudi Arabia shows than they have from ticket sales from every WrestleMania put together. If you add every WrestleMania, all of those big stadium shows, a lot of them being 2 nights. They've been 2 nights since WrestleMania 36. But obviously there was no one at WrestleMania 36. They didn't make much money off that one. But if you think about all the ticket sales going all the way back to 1985, they have made more money since 2018 from the Saudi shows than they have from all the ticket sales at WrestleMania. It is a staggering amount of money that they get from Saudi Arabia. It's like each pay-per-view for them is like 50 million, which is a crazy amount of money. Absolutely crazy. So they obviously have received more for getting the Rumble and getting certainly WrestleMania. There was reports, I don't know how true they are, that it was 100 million that Saudi had given for Mania. 100 million, which I have no idea if that's true. Absolutely no idea. But there were those numbers being chucked around when the announcement was first made. We're not talking like a little bit of money here. We're talking incredible amounts. I think Vegas paid 7 million for Mania this year. It's about that kind of ballpark. It's like potentially, and I have not seen the finances, so you take this with a big pinch of salt because these numbers could be out. But I'm operating on the theory that Vegas is paying about 7 to 10% what Saudi are paying for it the year after. So it's money. This has always been about money. It's the only reason we go. I mean, it's Saudi Arabia. You know, why would you go to Saudi Arabia? I mean, there's so many countries that watch WWE. Saudi Arabia is nothing special. It's not like they had, like, in fact, those early Saudi Arabian shows, they had all those kind of rich people in these, like, big armchairs in the front rows, just kind of on their phones, not even watching the matches. You know, there was a fan base there, but it was not a fan base that I would say was like, oh my God, we need to go to Saudi Arabia. It's popping off. The only reason we went there is because Saudi Arabia had all this money and they wanted shows. They wanted people to tune in and talk about Saudi Arabia. This is why they went and got the boxing and the F1 and all this kind of stuff. So, like most things in life, it's money that makes the world go round. Average, damn it, said Daze. Bruce said in Unreal how Chelsea is a talent that puts other talents over, as if she had reached her ceiling. Do we believe that gimmick wrestlers should be used as enhancement talent? Yes. Well, not all gimmick wrestlers, because Undertaker was a gimmick wrestler and he wasn't used as an enhancement talent. So that's not true of all gimmick wrestlers. I would say the same of The Fiend and Bray, who went on to be multiple-time world champions. So the answer to your question, should all gimmick wrestlers be enhancement talent? No. But should we have enhancement talent that can have a gimmick? Yes, definitely. And I would point to the Brooklyn Brawler as being an early example, actually. The Brooklyn Brawler was just a jobber, just an enhancement talent that lost week after week after week after week after week after week after. That was his job. And, you know, rather than him going out as just, I don't know his real name. Is it Steve Lombardi? I think I do know his real name. Steve Lombardi. Rather than him going out as Steve Lombardi, he went out as the Brooklyn Brawler and actually had a wrestling name, had a bit of a gimmick where he was from the streets of Brooklyn and he just loved to fight. And, you know, actually there was a couple of times where he, you know, would cut a promo. And I think there was a period where he was managed by Bobby the Brain Heenan, actually, around a bit of a feud with the Red Rooster. So, I mean, he definitely had a few moments in his career, but by and large, his career is an enhancement talent that loses. I mean, lost more than Chelsea Green has. And he had a bit of a gimmick, and that's going all the way back to, like, the late 80s. with the Brooklyn Brawler. So, you know, you do find these kind of enhancement talents that have gimmicks, but I think the thing with Chelsea is that she is... I don't think it's quite the right way to look at it, because I don't think you can really call her an enhancement talent. It is a role that she does, but they've given her a lot of championships. I mean, she is going to be a very decorated... She's going to be the most decorated enhancement talent I could think of. You know, she's a 2-time United States Women's Champion. She's the first ever United States Women's Champion. Her name will go down in history for that. You know, a true enhancement talent is not getting those kinds of accomplishments. She's a mixed tag team champ as well. And, you know, I feel like there's a lot more that she's going to be doing in the future. I feel like the thing with Chelsea is that she's in that R-Truth position where people love her. And actually, you could, to some degree, say R-Truth is a bit of turned into an enhancement talent. I mean, a lot of R-Truth matches over the past 10 years have been him putting people over. And he is someone that hasn't had much in the way of, like, championship success. I mean, you've probably got to look at a 24/7 belt, which... I mean, doesn't mean much, does it? I think the Gobbledygooker won the 24/7 belt. So, yeah, enhancement talents having gimmicks, I don't mind at all. I kind of like it. And I think that Chelsea has been brought in to perform a role. That's the reason why she got the job. She's someone that's... Her strength is freaking out when she loses and... thinking all highly of herself, and then of course that meets reality where, you know, she'll get beaten up and beaten down. But the great thing about her is, I mean, she gets back up again. She's quite inspirational in the sense of she's not the best character, right? She's someone that, like, not going to be she's not going to do a Roman Reigns where she gets a belt and holds it for 4 years, right? She's not going to be that kind of a person. But you need people all up and down the cards. You need people in the mid cards. You need enhancement talent. You need people at the top of the cards. I mean, I think the thing with Chelsea is that people really love her and they want her to be successful. She's kind of like a girl that puts others over, but she does it so well that people want to see her succeed. But I would point to the fact that she's the first ever United States Women's Champion, 2-time United States Women's Champion, mixed tag team champion in AAA, booked consistently. I mean, I don't even know if she's even seen catering. I don't even know if she could find catering. She is on TV all the time. So she's building a dream house. We saw that in WWE Unreal. She is living her best life. She says she's blessed. She obviously just wants more success, like everyone does. But the great thing about her is that she's got that sort of goodwill from the audience. She's got that connection. So if they want to give her something more, they absolutely can. You know, would we be shocked to see Chelsea win Money in the Bank? Absolutely not. In fact, I think you could put good money on it actually happening at some point. And I think that there's lots of things that she can achieve throughout her career. But by and large, you know, the majority of her career is going to be making others look good. But you need those people. I mean, there's fans of Julia out there. There's fans of Stephanie out there. There's fans of Roxanne, there's fans of Rhea, there's fans of Io, there's fans of Becky, there's fans of Liv Morgan, you know, Bianca Belair, like all of Naomi. There's all these great girls, this great talent that loads of people are fans of. Well, I mean, these people need wins. They've got to get wins. And so that means that you're going to have people that you're going to beat. And Chelsea is, you know, been hired for that reason. So, yeah, for me, it's all good. I think that if the fans ever feel like she's being too disrespected, or WWE aren't giving her, like, if ever she went on a run where she just didn't get a win for a while and she was nowhere near any championships, I think you would start to see the fans complaining. I think you'd be like, Chelsea deserves better, stuff like that. And I think WWE would hopefully look to give us something around that if that happens. But I don't think we can really say that at the moment because she's had a lot of success over the past 12, 18 months. I think, done a really good job of finding a pretty nice balance, actually. I think, like, the Secret Harvest has been really fun. And I think that her partnership with Ethan Page has been really fun. I think her social media game is really good. There's a lot to just be like, yeah, great. I think what we're doing there is really good. I think we got the balance quite good. So, but don't get me wrong, there'll be Chelsea fans that want to see her be women's world champion and all stuff like. I can understand that. And listen, that could be in a future. As we said, Chelsea in the bank. Yeah, her running down, cashing in, and finally becoming women's champion. I genuinely could see that happening. But I think for her, that is not her character. That is not something I see happening on a regular basis. That would be, do you know what I mean? A few years down the road, kind of like a real big thank you for everything you've done. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You deserve this briefcase. You deserve this cash in. And can you imagine how amazing that moment will be? If she's got the briefcase, she comes running down. Like, everyone will be so excited because she has got that respect and she has got that connection with the audience, and people do want the best for her. And, comedy is a very powerful weapon, and she utilizes it very, very well. Same as R-Truth. I mean, look at the outpouring of love for R-Truth. He was about to lose his job, and it was the backlash from the fans and certainly the backlash from the other wrestlers that were making it very clear how upset they were that resulted in him getting his job back. Or as Triple H would say, he never actually lost his job, but come on. You turned around to the guy and said, we're not going to renew your contract. He was only a couple of weeks away from losing his job. You basically said you're done, right? That stuff, honestly, was a bit crazy during Unreal. Triple H sitting down saying, contrary to popular belief, we never fired R-Truth. Yeah? We only told him we wasn't renewing his contract. We didn't fire him. We just said, we don't want you anymore. That's all, yeah? Come on. Yeah, don't you lot look silly now, yeah? Don't you lot look silly now? It's like Triple H. It's. I know it's not the same thing, but it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. Firing is like you're done now. We're not renewing your contract. Is you're done in a few weeks. That's the difference, right? Don't get me wrong. I much prefer that we're not going to renew your contract road. Yeah. I hate the firing situation stuff because sometimes you can get fired in the middle of your contract. You might have a 5-year deal. You're only 2 years in, and then that's when you can get fired. I hate that. I think if WWE are going to shake a hand and say, here we go, we're committing to 5 years, we're going to pay you this every year, that should be honored. I mean, to me, that's what a contract is. So it should be honored. So I've always, really hated that side of WWE. I can never, ever defend that side of it. The only time that I would ever even stand a chance of defending that is if business was not good. And we really just had to because business was no good. But business is good. TV money is pouring in, and it has been for years and years and years and years and years. So, any kind of budget cuts and whatever, they really do sting, to be honest. I'm not a fan of those. But, that R-Truth one was such a wild situation. That might be what, I don't know. Again, how much of that can you believe from Unreal as well? Because we know that a chunk of Unreal is just not true. So, Aseem said, if AJ wins, why do we think they've done a stipulation? Wouldn't it have been they didn't do the match and did more of a story, like AJ eliminating Gunther from the Rumble, and then they build to a match at Mania? Okay, so the reason you do the stipulation is, it's promoting, it's booking, it's just a great way of getting you to tune in to the Rumble. I mean, they want you and they need to give you reasons to watch. So they are basically going, oh, AJ might be retiring. Don't want to miss that, do you? Yeah. Don't miss the Rumble. Whereas if he was just in the Rumble and he eliminated Gunther, there's none of that. There's none of this conversation. So all of a sudden, now people are going to tune in because, well, if you're an AJ fan, are you going to run the risk of not? I mean, I'd imagine that you're probably tuning in anyway. It's the Rumble. It's one of the most popular shows of the year. But it's obviously on a weird time. And they need to give people reasons to tune in. And so this is just one of the things they've come up with. So that's the reason for doing it. If he doesn't retire, it's just a way of making sure you get eyes on the Rumble. Don't forget, in America, they are charging people $29.99 a month for them to subscribe to ESPN so that they can watch PLEs. For a lot of us internationally, it's just on Netflix. Doesn't matter. But in America, you've got to spend. So there really is a need to give reasons as to why people would tune in, because you are asking them to subscribe to this ESPN Plus whatever, so that they can get access to the PLEs. So don't miss Rumble. It could be the end of his career. And listen, I've been very clear. It could. I'm not saying it 100% is not. I've not said that. And I want to go on record with that now, because if he does retire at the Rumble, I don't need a load of people going, oh, you said he wasn't retiring. No, I did not say that. I said, I don't think it ends there. I think it gets to WrestleMania. But I've also said there is no word on this. There's no evidence. No one's talking about anything. No one's saying anything on this. We don't know what the outcome of this is going to be, right? But for the reasons that are laid out, I personally don't think this is it. I personally don't think this is where his WWE career will end. But again, there's nothing on it. No one's chatting about anything. Meltzer's not said anything, and no one's said anything. No one's got anything concrete. But it's just my belief that this is not where it ends. So that's why you would do it, just to get people to tune in. Days 1 week from the Rumble, said AAA. What's the prediction? Who do we think's going to win? What's the prediction? I'm clueless. Well, the favourites have changed a little over recent months, but the current favourites are Liv Morgan and Bianca Belair, Bron Breakker, Roman Reigns, and they've been the favourites now for a good month plus. Before that, Sami was up there, but I think Sami slipped to like third or fourth. So, and actually Sami looks like he might be winning tonight, and then we'll go to the Rumble. We don't know any of this. Again, this is just chatter, rumor, yeah? But for me, I think, and I was thinking about this last night, in regards to the women, I don't think it matters. I think that I would go. For the women, it's difficult. The women, I think it doesn't make a big difference. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, do you go Liv because she's never won the Rumble, and this would be a big statement, Liv wins the Rumble? Or do you bring Bianca back and have her win the Rumble? I think I would be leaning Bianca. And the reason is because she's a big star. She's not been around since, well, she reffed at SummerSlam, but her last match, I believe, was WrestleMania. She's been out with an injury. I think that we're in a better place, and I think she's ready to return. I think the plan is Jade Bianca at WrestleMania. So, do you go Liv, who has come back at Survivor Series? She's been back a little while now. She's never won the Rumble. She's still young, though. Really, the only reason I'd give Liv the win is because she's never won the Rumble. I think she deserves to. But we got so much time in her career. We can do that next year or the year after or the year after or the year after or the year after. Like, it doesn't have to be this year. But I would give her a Rumble win at some point in her career. And then if I look at the other side and I look at Bianca, I go, okay, well, if the plan is her and Jade's, how about we bring Bianca back in the Rumble? She wins it. Bianca's back. And we do a whole her Jade build. And do you know what I mean? Big. Oh. Who won the Rumble? Bianca Belair. She came back and she won it. That, to me, I think is a better direction than going with Liv winning it. So I would have Bianca win it. And then on the other side, Braun or Roman. This is really interesting. This one's really interesting. Do you go Braun because he is a massive future star and he deserves to win the Rumble because we believe in him, right? As WWE, right? They believe in him. We are going to push him. He's a big future star. He's got Heyman by his side. We keep being told this is the guy. And you've got to give him accomplishments. You know, he's got to achieve things. He's got to back those words up. It's no good going, this is the guy, and then he never actually achieves anything. He never actually does anything. Like, if you're going to go, this is the guy, well, that guy better do something, right? He hasn't won a world title yet. He's had chances, but he hasn't won a world title yet. And that's fine. But I don't know, do you pull the trigger and at least give him a Rumble win, right? So we can say, okay, we're off. Here we go. Like, he's going to WrestleMania. He's going to be fighting for the title. It elevates him in people's eyes. We're investing in a young talent. I mean, it does make sense. It's an accomplishment. It's an achievement. It does make sense. But WWE have struggled in 2025. We know this. And there is real concern that 2026 is just going to continue to see the company struggle with TV ratings. Just, there's a bit of a perception at the moment that the company's just not in a good place. I mean, there is just this kind of vibe around that it's like, you know, we watched SmackDown last night and there was definitely things in it. I was like, well, look, this is better. That's better. Doing an interview in a different space is, you know, an improvement. You know, Drew putting the thing on the coach door is pretty fun, that signed picture. And, you know, the open challenge continuing to deliver some good in-ring action. So, you know, you can look at a few things and go, well, you know, this is better. But by and large, that show last night was not a great show. And I think, like, there is this concern that this year is just going to be as bad as 2026. So with that being said, do you just go, bang, Roman wins the Rumble, he's going to Mania, he's fighting for a title, you know, if in doubt, break glass and press the Roman Reigns button? Because I don't think anyone can deny, I'm sure there will be some out there, but I don't think anyone can deny he is the biggest star in all of professional wrestling. What he did with the Bloodline was incredible. I mean, that was the reason for WWE's recent success. And then we end that. We try and move on from that and look at the result that was 2025. Decline in ratings, decline in show quality. 2025, I mean, I've not seen anyone really come to a defense of it. There are people saying it was not as bad as people say, but that's as good as it gets, really. As good as it gets is people go, well, we've had worse years. Right? That's like the best thing you can say. Do you remember 2019? Was anyone around for 1995? Oh, right? But, I mean, if you're going to put it in conversations like that, I mean, that's not great, is it? It's not great. It's not a great comparison. So, yeah, for me, I'm really torn. Do you invest in the future which is going to take time to build? Or do you hit glass and turn to Roman and just make a big statement? Because you know the Rumble is one of the most watched shows of the year. Honestly, this can outdraw Mania. And I think there were some numbers that dropped recently from Netflix that said that internationally last year, Rumble outdrew every other PLE. More people tuned into the Royal Rumble than any other PLE. It beat both days of Mania for views. It beat both days of SummerSlam. It beat Survivor Series. It obviously beat all the B shows. So if this is the most watched PLE of the year next weekend, do you go, hey, here's someone you sort of know, but we really like them, we're going to push them? Or do you go, here's Roman, you like him? You like Roman, don't you? Look, please watch. We do Raw on a Monday. We do SmackDown on a Friday, right? Oh my God, please watch. There's NXT on a Tuesday. It'd be great if you could watch that as well. Yeah, because the ratings are like, not so much on NXT. They're doing okay. But, SmackDown consistently in the 900,000 range now. Here's Roman. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know which one you do. I'll tell you, if they go with Bron Breakker, I will say fair play. And I think you've got some balls. I think you've got some balls. And not R-Truth type balls, but like actual balls. Because I think there could be a little sense of panic, honestly. I think there could be a little sense of panic back there. Because the ratings are not brilliant. And the show quality last year was not good enough. And so do you just keep going with what you've been doing, which is Braun and the Vision? Or do you go with Roman? I've got to be honest, I think I'm going Roman. Because I can have Braun win Elimination Chamber, which is not as big a show, but it's still an accomplishment. So he can be in the chamber, and he can have that. So he will still achieve something. I'm still building him. I'll still make him look amazing in the Rumble. But I would give him chamber. And I think to send a message to the wrestling world, to the WWE fan base around the globe that we are back, I would have Roman win the Rumble, and I think that would be very well received. There's a lot of Roman fans. I think people, of course, he was in the main event at WrestleMania last year, but it was like a three-way feud with Heyman, which was fine. It was a good match, actually. And, there was a story to it. But, listen, there are Roman fans out there that want to acknowledge their tribal chief. And they want to see him go for a world title. So if he wins the Rumble, you are telling them he is going to be doing that. You are saying this is going to be a fun WrestleMania season because the guy you love is going to be all over it. And he is going for a title. A world title at WrestleMania. Please tune in. So I think I would... There's really not much you can do than that unless the flipping Rock comes walking out, right? And he wins the Rumble. But there's no belief that that's happening. There's no belief that he's going to be in it, right? If he's in it, he's winning it. But there's no belief that he's going to be in it. So, yeah, Braun and Roman are the two favorites. Liv and Bianca are the other favorites for the women. There's other options. Sami was meant to be someone that was in the mix. Seth could always come back in the Rumble and win it. The way Seth's talking, it seems like an absolute no-brainer. He'll be back in time for Mania. He made a comment the other day where he was like, my injury, I'll be out for like 4 months, maybe 6 months. And, I got injured in November. So, time-wise, it's going to be close, but I should be able to make it for WrestleMania. If you're a wrestler and you're going to do an interview where you're going to say, basically, I should make it back in. You are definitely making it back in time. Because the way wrestling works is if you're out for 5 months, you'll say it's 10. And then everyone will go, oh my God, they're not going to make it for Mania. And then, of course, you do make it for Mania, right? Because you were never injured as badly as what you said, right? It's part of the game. It's part of what we do. And that's part of how it goes. And it's all about, you know, making moments and shocking people, swerving people, all this kind of stuff. So for Seth to sit down in an interview and go, yeah, my injury is like 4 to 6 months. I did it in November. It's going to be touch and go, but I should make it. Like, that to me is just him going, yeah, I'll be there. I was actually quite surprised he said that. I thought it would be a bit more like, it's not looking good or something like this, or the doctors are saying that, you know, it needs more work or something like. I thought that there'd be something that would put more doubt in, but he basically came out and went, yeah, no, should be. We're on track. So there is absolutely no reason to think Seth won't be at Mania. Whether he can get into a Rumble, you know, I mean, maybe his comments throw us off the scent for the Rumble. Actually, he might have been clever. I might be sitting here going, oh, he's just basically said he'll be at WrestleMania. But actually what he's done is make me think he'll be at Mania, not that he'll be in the Rumble, but maybe he rocks up in the Rumble. I'm not expecting it. Let's put it that way. I'm not expecting Seth in the Rumble, but it's, you know, these are the kind of things you think about as you read these interviews, whatever. But yeah, Braun and Roman are the two favorites. And I learned a long time ago, normally it's one of those favorites that gets it. I don't even know if I could give you an example of someone that was like really low down the list. I mean, I think Jay last year was like in the top 4 favorites, and he ended up getting it. I mean, it's never going to be like, you know, Tozawa or someone like that. It's never going to be someone that's completely out the question. Like, normally the winner of the Rumble is one of those kind of big names that we go into thinking it's going to be them. I mean, my very first video was me trying to predict the Rumble for 2016. And I'm going to be honest, that video sucks because I made the mistake of talking about people really that I really wanted it to be. I remember talking about Kevin Owens and Dolph Ziggler and people like that I was really engaged with at the time. I really enjoyed their work, Kevin in particular. And I remember the one person I didn't want was Triple H. He was the favorite, but I didn't want Triple H. I didn't want to go down that road. We'd done a lot of Authority and Triple H. I mean, don't forget, 2014 was whole Daniel Bryan against the Authority. We'd done loads of that kind of stuff in 2015. You know, 2016, I think a lot of us were ready for something new. We were ready for, you know, new stars to come in, and we would get that, of course. That would be the arrival of AJ 10 years ago. But, you know, I remember being like, I'd love Owens, I'd love Dolph. I can't remember. I might have said Sami. I can't remember who I predicted, but I remember like throwing out these names. And the one I didn't want was Triple H, because I was like, we don't need more Authority story. We've done that. And of course, who would flip him win? So I think my second video is me crying about the fact that Triple H won. And those are the very first videos I ever did. So I made the mistake of ignoring the favorite that year, which was Triple H. And I was aware of it. I just didn't want it. I didn't want to go that way, and we went that way. And so, yeah, I'm not making that mistake. It's going to be one of those names at the top. In fact, I don't even know what the latest Rumble odds are. Latest Rumble odds from a day ago. Roman, Braun, Gunther is in there as well. Sami, LA Knight. Those are the top 5. I bet it's one of them. Roman, Gunther, Braun, Sami, LA Knight. Gunther's climbed up, actually. Sami's slipped to 4th now. LA Knight is up there, but I don't see LA Knight. I think he'll come back and go after Bronson. I mean, last time we saw LA Knight, he was getting splashed by Bronson on top of that car, I believe. So I wouldn't be shocked if it's Bronson versus LA Knight at WrestleMania. So I don't see him being around the title. Sami, I think he's going to get his chance next weekend for the title. I don't think he'll win. Yeah, Gunther, Braun, Roman. So, you know, could Gunther get it? I don't know, man. I mean, could it be that he loses to AJ and then goes in the Rumble and wins the Rumble? I mean, there's a chance of that. But I don't know. I think Braun Roman is still kind of where I'm looking. And then for the women, Liv, Bianca are the top two. And then it's Rhea and Becky. Rhea and Becky after that. Yeah, I mean, Rhea's always going to be in there, isn't she? To be honest, Becky is a bit of an outsider at plus 600. So Liv's plus 100, Bianca 150, Rhea plus 250. And then Becky plus 600. So Becky is a bit of a big not a big outsider, but she is an outsider. So yeah, I think it's one of them names. Honestly, I think it's one of them names. Roman is the favorite. Liv is the favorite, but Bianca is very, very close. So there we go. That's some Rumble chat. Daze, your voice was mad squeaky in 2016. Oh, I don't know. I haven't gone back and watched them videos in ages, to be honest. Daze, are we switching to the Paddy fight? No. We just focus on one thing when we do the show on a Saturday. There's no like switching over to anything because we got to do the breakdown after this. So as soon as we're done with Saturday night's main event, then we always do like a show breakdown afterwards, and we do opinions videos afterwards. So we have to do like all of that stuff. So there's all like, you know, that extra content that comes with it. It's the reason why we won't be doing AAA as well. I mean, the thing with AAA is this feels like this is their weekly show. And the problem with that is, I mean, there's going to be times where we're doing Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Saturday night's main event, NXT Deadline, NXT Stand and Deliver, Vengeance Day, I don't know, loads of stuff, boxing, UFC. I mean, there's so much that goes down on a Saturday. It's a really bad night to have your weekly show. So the thing with that AAA show is we're never going to be able to commit to watching it. We're never going to be able to sit down and watch it on a weekly basis. Saturday is like the worst day. So for me, that AAA show is always going to be there. And I think it's probably right that we're just like, listen, the only way I can see us ever being able to watch that show is if there is nothing on a Saturday. And when does that happen? It happens at this time of year. Like, you know, it just happened at the end of December, early January. There's no boxing. There's no UFC. WWE don't tend to put on a show. So we could have just had like a month of watching it. But now that we're kind of up and running, now that UFC is back, now boxing is up and running, now that WWE are putting shows on, I just don't see how we'll get to that AAA show. So that AAA show to me it's not a factor. It doesn't come into my thought process. It's a real shame because I got to tell you, if that was on a Thursday, we'd watch it. If that was on a Wednesday, I would probably pick it over Evolve, and I would just watch Evolve at some point in the week. If it was on a Thursday, I would watch it. If it was on a Sunday, I would watch it. If it was on one of those nights where I could commit each week to watching it, I would watch it. But I can't commit on a Saturday. It's how? I just don't get. It's just such a bad night. So that's annoying. And in regards to UFC, if I'm not going to be able to stream like all of it, then I don't do any research into it or anything. You know, I like to be able to provide information of like, you know, previous opponents and, you know, what got said in the press conference and all that kind of stuff. And if we're not streaming it, then I don't do that research, don't do that kind of stuff. So For me, my focus just goes all in on Saturday night's main event. We're just totally focused on that. So we're focused on this tonight. We'll do the breakdown afterwards. We'll do the opinions video afterwards. I need to get Unseen out, but because that is full. There is so much stuff that's happened over the past few days. So many rumors and reports and whatever that I've got a monster Unseen that needs to drop. Because I haven't had a chance to get one done. So yeah, I need to get that done as well. And there needs to be some sort of Royal Rumble predictions video that goes out. And I said we would keep an eye tomorrow on WWE Vault in case they dropped a Royal Rumble watch along again as well. So this is kind of where my head's at. We're very, very wrestling focused when we can be. Steve said, I've got no interest in Roman winning if he ends up facing Cody again. I hope Drew carries the title in and out of Mania. What if it's Roman Drew? Jeremy says, MLW Battle Riot next Thursday. Daze, hello James, hope you're well. Hope you didn't miss me. Yeah, I heard you haven't been very well. So, welcome back, James. Is everything okay? Is everything good? Are you in a better place? Did you have like a bad flu, or what's the deets? Who knows if they'll pull the trigger on Sami? They could have him drop it 5 days later. That seems like some WWE shiz. I think though, for me, I'm a Sami fan, and Sami trying to win that belt is like really the story of his career. He struggled to get the NXT title, and they made a big thing out of him being like the underdog trying to get to the top of NXT. They made a big thing of that, and he finally got there, and it was great, right? I mean, it was a really good story that they told, and everyone was like really into it. It's been a lot harder on the main roster, and there's just so many amazing stars around that are like big and have got some serious stars. I mean, like, you know, if you're going to put Sami in there with Randy, it's going to be hard for Sami to get the support. I mean, Randy's a legend that everyone loves. And if you put him in there with Roman, you know, it's similar sort of thing, really. I mean, Roman's untouchable. He's the John Cena of this generation, but a John Cena that everyone loves. A John Cena from last year, where pretty much everyone just loves him. Not like a Cena from back in the day where there was dueling chants, but like a Cena at Saturday night's main event where everyone was on his side and loving him. That's kind of a bit like facing Roman. And so Sami has always kind of struggled with that, you know, to kind of really... He's got support, but he doesn't have that level of support. He doesn't... Because he's not that kind of superstar. You know, that support comes from, I think, a lot of aura and achievement and just a lot of building, you know. There's a lot that has gone into those superstars getting the reactions they get. And, you know, Sami has not got that look. I don't think he's had that level of support that they have enjoyed. And so, you know, his aura is nowhere near as strong. But damn, when that bell goes, I mean, there is really not... I don't even know if there's anyone I would rather watch in the ring than Sami Zayn. I think... legitimately, for me, he is the best in-ring talent. I love Ilya. I think that he would be the one that would make me think. I enjoy Gunther, but I think that Gunther... I don't know what... With Gunther, I feel like there's been some matches where I feel he's had to drop down some levels to kind of carry the other person, or he's had to, like... I feel like if you put Gunther in with AJ Styles, it would be amazing, like it'll be next weekend. Put him in there with Ilya, and they put on, like, 5-star classics. Put him in there with Sami, and it's fantastic, but, you know, no disrespect. Put him in there with Jay, and it's, you know, I think it's hard. I think that's hard. And, you know, their WrestleMania match was okay, but 3.5, something like that. And I've seen a few of those kinds of matches from Gunther where I think, you know, the opponent has, you know, he's not been able to bring the best out in them. So Gunther is very much in the conversation, but honestly, I think for sheer determination, that kind of come on, cheering on the babyface, I think Sami is my guy, man. When that bell rings, I think he is my guy. So I'd love to see him do it. The point I'm making is that I think if he does get there, it's going to be such a big moment, and we've had to climb this mountain for so long that I feel it deserves to happen at a pretty big stage. Now, Rumble could be that stage. The Royal Rumble could be that stage, but I don't see Sami winning the WWE Championship. That belt seems way too big for Sami. I don't see him winning that. And I don't see Drew dropping the title this soon either. So I don't see it. I don't see whoever wins tonight, I don't see winning the belt at next weekend. I think Drew leaves Rumble as champion. And that is a bit of a down on tonight, to be honest with you. Because I just don't see whoever wins tonight really being a credible challenge. I think Drew gets past any of these people. So I think it'll be interesting. I expect Sami to get the win tonight. I expect him to go, fight for the title. I expect him to lose. But what I hope is that within these couple of weeks and within these couple of matches, we find a way of getting the crowd, getting the people, getting the masses to get on board with going, do you know what? I'd actually really like to see Sami win a world title. Because I don't feel like we're a million miles away from that, but there is this sort of, I don't know, there is this split where there's a lot of people that just are only interested in your Roman Reigns', your John Cena's, you know, your big, larger-than-life superstars. You know, they'd love, back in the day, they would love Warrior, they would love Hogan, you know? They want those larger-than-life superstars, and Sami does not fit that mold, and he will never fit that mold. And so he is just not the guy for them. And there is a considerable amount of people in that boat, right? But it would be good if some people in that boat would just go, do you know what? It'd be nice if he had a run with it. He doesn't need it long. I don't see him being a multiple-time champ. I don't see him holding the belt for 2 years or anything like this. But I think what you would get out of a Sami title run, world title run, is you would get some serious bangers. This would be Sami Zayn, just like he did in the US Open Challenge. This would be Sami Zayn being a champion, being a fighting champion, not having that belt long, but wanting to defend it regular and put on great matches and give out opportunity. And I actually think it could be a really fun run because I don't think you have to overthink it. I think, let's be honest, top of the card is not really where Sami belongs. Sami is a great talent that I've got so much respect for. But when you've got Roman Reigns, Bron Breakker coming through, Obafemi about to arrive, Trick Williams, and all these people, like, so much excitement around, you know, the talent that's emerging, and there's some great talent that's up there. Sami is someone that chases. That's what he does. He's someone that you root for. He's that guy next door that's having to overcome the odds. So for him to be champ and be at the top of the mountain, I mean, that's not really where he belongs, because he belongs in that position of chasing and like trying and working and battling and climbing, and that's what Sami is. So if he gets there, I think let's just make it as fun as we can. If he gets there, he ain't going to be there for a long time. So let's just have loads of great matches. Let's put on bangers. Let's have some interesting matchups. You know, let's give some people some opportunities. And then, you know, if he wins it at Mania, he drops it at SummerSlam. and we just have like a real fun summer. That ain't happening this year. I don't see that happening this year. There's no rumors that is happening this year. But I think that it would be nice if we could get to a point where there was more people that would be like really down for seeing it happen. Because, I don't know, I feel like we got to a really good point with him and the bloodline. But the unfortunate thing was that Cody was around, because there was real demand for him to win that title in Montreal Elimination Chamber. And, of course, there was. It was in his home country. But that was special, man. I mean, that match is so special. It is such a great match. And he was so close on several occasions. And it was heartbreaking when he never got that job done. But not surprising either. I think we expected him to fall short that night. But there was just a few moments where it was like, could he? I mean, you could have Sami be the champ, go into Mania, and then you could have Sami, Roman, Cody, triple threat. Is that what, could we do something like that? Of course, that was not the plan. It was just, me as a Sami fan wishfully thinking. But, I think that before he retires, I'd love to see him have a run just with the World Heavyweight Championship. I mean, flipping now, we gave it Jay. Come on. We gave it Damian Priest. Just like Donald Trump. I don't ask for much. And I'm not asking for Greenland. But I am just saying, can't Sami Zayn just have a little run with the World Heavyweight title? Just once. Just once. Just once. Yeah? If you do it, I will be very appreciative. And if you don't, I will remember. Corey, shout out to you. Says, wow, 19 months of days. It's making my heart flutter. Corey, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, buds. LA Joey said, Daze, does WWE need to invest in Braun as a top guy when they've got guys like Jacob, Ober, and Trick? Do they need to? Well, to be honest with you, I think it's very difficult sometimes to know who the person is going to be that's going to break through and be that guy, right? You can sort of identify them on their look and things that you can visualize that you could do presentation-wise or feud-wise. I mean, clearly, Braun Seth as a feud makes a lot of sense. Certainly after that attack, and we're going to get that at some point in 2026. But like, you kind of look at him and the size of him, the athleticism, the explosiveness, you kind of go, yeah, there is a main event talent there. Is it crazy to see him be a world champion? Like, we're talking how hard it is to get Sami to that level, but is it going to be difficult to visualize Braun getting to that level? No, I don't think it's ever been hard to visualize him getting to that level. So then you go, okay, well, he gets to that level. What does that look like? How long is he there? Does he stay there for a long time? He's still very young. So if we can picture him being a world heavyweight champion, I think if you used to say to most fans, will Braun be a world heavyweight champion? They'll go, yeah, of course he will. So if that's true, and he's 28, 29, something like this, and he's got, say, 15 years ahead of him, how many times is he going to be a world heavyweight champion? And how often is he going to be at the top end of the card? And all of a sudden you start going, actually, he could be a pretty big deal, right? So I think rather than look at it like, oh, we've already got Ober, we've already got this person, like, do we need Braun? We never know if there's going to be injuries. We never know if people are going to have short careers and then go to Hollywood. I mean, what if Ober has an amazing 5 years? Oh, amazing. Main events mania. He is the second coming of Brock Lesnar. He is like aura, like Roman. We all acknowledge Ober when he comes out. Oh my God, Ober's back this Friday. It's going to be sick. We could see something like that for Ober. And so, but what if after 5 years he's made his money and he moves to Hollywood? then all of a sudden we've got this big, massive problem where we've got a big, oversized hole that we got to fill. So I suppose the point I'm making is, if you've got a talent that's young, that you can see belongs in that main event, like Bron Breakker, why not invest in them? Why not build them? Why not give them the best chance you can give them and see how far can they go? Is he going to be the next Roman Reigns? No idea. Probably not. Probably not. And the reason why I say that is because I don't know that he's got the size. And I think we've only at this point seen glimpses of kind of the aura, right? I mean, if Bron comes walking out, I don't go, oh man, he looks like a badass. I don't say that. I don't think that. But there are times, like I'm going to say Survivor Series, where they had him come walking down that tunnel and there was all this smoke and he looked cool. I mean, there was a flicker of aura there for me. And I think, like, you know, when he had that championship belt over his shoulder, Seth with the championship belt, right? After he'd murked him and he stole his belt, you go, that looks right. That looks good. So I would invest and build and see where do we get to, because this thing, how can you explain it? I suppose it's a little bit like setting up a fire, right? You put all the wood in, you get the fire lighters in, it all looks amazing. You light the match and you put the match in, and you've got no idea if this fire is going to go or if it's just going to be, and it's just going to like burn like this. It could be anything. And I think with Bron Breakker, we're lighting the fire. We don't quite know how big the flame is going to be at this point. But yeah, it's worth lighting the fire. It's definitely worth giving it a go. It's definitely worth seeing what we get out of Bron. And the only way you're really going to be able to tell is if you set the table right and give him the right build. And it'd be such a shame if you didn't really commit to it and leave something special on the table. It'd be, because, I mean, look at Stone Cold when he was the ringmaster. A lot of people back then might have been like, is this really the right guy to get behind? You know, the ringmaster. Is that really the person that we're going to push? Like, shouldn't we get, I don't know, maybe Triple H is the guy we should be pushing? Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Triple H is going to be a success. He is going to be a main event talent. But we were right to move and do stuff with the ringmaster, who would become Stone Cold Steve Austin. We were right to, you know, continue to stick with the prototype, who would become John Cena. We were right to stick with Rocky Maivia, who would become The Rock. So, you know, you've got this version of Bron Breakker where we're like, yeah, there's some there, but it's not grabbing me. No, it's not. But it could. It could. History has shown us time and time again that, you know, having the raw ingredients is one thing, but if you don't package it correctly, if you don't mix it together and cook it right, it ain't, you know, you ain't getting the right cake. And so we need to make sure that we are maximizing this opportunity. So, yeah, I think we invest in Bron. I think we invest in him for all those reasons, and we see where we end up. But that doesn't mean that you do it at the expense of Oba. It doesn't mean that you do it at the expense of, you know, all the other Trick Williams and all the other people that are coming through. We have to try and get behind them as well. But this is only the same as the Attitude Era, or the same as Ruthless Aggression. I mean, in the Attitude Era, we had Triple H, who was Hunter Hearst Helmsley. We switched him to Triple H. As we said, Rocky Maivia to The Rock, Ringmaster to Stone Cold. You know, Mankind went on a journey, obviously, Mick Foley. So we brought Kane in 1997. He was a brand new character that came out of nowhere. Dropped him in at the end of 97. I mean, that is a character that could have bombed. There was no guarantee that I know Kane's brother is an excellent starting point, but he needs presentation. I mean, he could easily have flopped. Could have been like, oh my God, what a doofus. I mean, imagine if he had fallen over. Imagine if he'd have done a Shockmaster. He could have been dead on arrival. That gimmick could have flopped straight away. It's easy to think that the brother of Kane as a gimmick would just work, and there's no way that doesn't work. But again, it would only have took a botch for people to have started laughing at him and seen him in a different light early on for that gimmick to have been dead on arrival. So, back then we had to find a way of building and bringing through all of these stars at the same time. And I would point to Ruthless Aggression, where you've got the OVW class of Randy, Cena, Brock, Batista. They all came through at the same time because they were all in the same OVW class, and we had to bring them through. So the idea that if you build Braun, you've got to sacrifice building others, I don't think is correct. History would tell us that it can be done, where you can actually build several people at the same time. And yeah, we do need to build Gunther a little bit more. We need to commit to that. He's in a good place, but you've still got to give him things and achievements. It's a fire that constantly needs to be fed. So yeah, Gunther, Trick, Braun, Ober, these, maybe Bronson to a bit of a degree. Jacob, like you said, as well. These are people that we need to be investing in and showcasing and building. But you can do several at the same time. And I think it's right that Braun is one of those names. Whether he'll go on to be the biggest of those names, probably not, to be honest with you. I think there is some serious excitement around Ober. I think Ober is in the drive-in seat at the moment. I think that Ober is the one that everyone's and they're doing such a good job with these vignettes. Everyone's waiting for his arrival. And we all know how special he was in NXT. And we all saw how amazing he looked when he took on Cody at Saturday night's main event. So there's a lot of excitement around him. And again, that could be next weekend where he arrives. They might... It'd be hard to see them not using him in the Rumble, to be honest. I've got to think he will be. But there's been no word yet as to when he's coming in, so not sure when we see him, but I'm expecting Rumble. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting next Saturday. So, LA Joey, shout out to you, buds. Fabio Bovi said, Daze, thanks for the streams. I enjoy it. Shout out to you, buds. Styles Nakamura, what do we predict? Wishing you a great show. Yeah, Fabio, shout out to you, my friend. So, yeah, we spoke about this earlier. So, for me, I think next weekend is obviously a big weekend because potentially AJ retires. And we had a big conversation about that. There is a split in the community. Some people think it ends next weekend. Some people don't, right? Like most things in wrestling, you're not going to get 100% agreement, right? And that's fine. I mean, I love it. That's what makes the world go round. So... I don't think you want AJ going into that losing. I think you want him having some momentum, having some belief, saying, I'm ready for you. That's the story that I would be anticipating. There is another story, which is where he loses to Shinsuke tonight. And then that's where Gunther laughs at him on Monday. You really think you're going to beat me? You couldn't beat Shinsuke at Saturday night's main event. And AJ could be like, there's no shame in losing to Shinsuke Nakamura, one of the greats. And, Gunther could respond, maybe not, but there is going to be shame when you lose to me and your career ends at the Royal Rumble, throws the mic at him, walks away. There is a path you could go down with AJ losing, but I don't think that's the path they'll choose. I think they'll have AJ win. I think they'll have AJ win and give him momentum going into next weekend. So, Fabio, shout out to you, but there is the alternative option as we just explored. 68 Ian said, for me, Sami is like a modern-day Owen Hart. Ooh, I like that comparison. He can hang with the big boys, but he isn't strong enough to put the belt on consistently. I really like that comparison. I really like it because... I think that Owen was fun. And, he obviously made a big thing out of the Slammy Awards. And you could totally see Sami doing that. I could totally see Sami winning Slammy Awards. And, you know, coming out and like holding them up and making a thing out of them. And yeah, he is like the guy next door. You know, Owen, it was not the biggest of guys, but actually when that bell rang, it was a pleasure to watch Owen work. And, you know, a lot of people point to his match with Brett at WrestleMania 10 as being like a real classic. We know about what he achieved in Stampede Wrestling and over in Japan. I mean, he was such an amazing in-ring talent. If anything, I think that we did him dirty by not showcasing that even more. You know, there's a lot of times where he's kind of in tag teams, him and Yoko or whatever. But to be honest, you know, that brought him some success. But you're right. You know, could we picture Owen Hart being WWE champion and that being like a boost to ratings? Obviously, without being disrespectful, no. I mean, I think there is a world in which he could have got the belt off Brett as part of a story and had a run, but not for long. He would have dropped it back to Brett. But, you know, is there a path for him to be WWE champion? Yeah, I think there was in that time period, in that sort of 94 post-Hulkamania, pre-Attitude Era. I think there was a path at that time. We didn't do it, but there was a path. And I think it's a really good comparison. I actually really agree with you. Obviously, Owen it was a smaller roster. He was a Hart. He was in the shadow of his brother. I think that's very relatable for people. And we're in a very different space now where the roster is a lot bigger. Sami is not part of the Hart family. He doesn't have that I'm in the shadow of my brother, this amazing wrestler Bret Hart, you know. So there will be some going, oh no, there are these big differences. I understand that. But I think as a rough comparison of a wrestler that's small but likable, funny, talented beyond belief in the ring, someone that could talk. Owen could talk. You know, he could cut a promo. He could wrestle. Presentation is the area that would probably let him down because he wasn't a giant. He wasn't big. He wasn't like jacked. He wasn't a wrecking machine. He was, you know, he was just a great performer in the ring, but a performer that loved wrestling and could talk. And a lot of these resonate with Sami. Yeah, a lot of it resonates with Sami. So, yeah, I agree. But to be honest with you, I would have loved Owen to have won the title from Brett and in that time period. It's one of those where, is it the right thing for ratings? Well, as part of a story, it could have been. But in isolation, no. And I got to say the same when it comes to Sami. As part of a story, I think it could work. And I'd like for us to do it. And the other thing is we have 2 world champions now. Back then, there was only 1. So if Sami gets the World Heavyweight Championship, you've still got Drew or Cody or Roman that could have the WWE Championship. It's not like Sami is the face of the company if he wins the World Heavyweight Champion. It's not like back in the 90s. So there is a big glaring difference there as well. So, yeah, for me, I'd like to see him just have a run with it. I think it would be a nice moment. I wish we'd have done it for Owen. And, yeah, it doesn't need to be this big thing, this big dramatic thing. It's like, bloody hell, we put the belt on Jay last year for like 2 months or whatever it was. You know, Jay can now forever be acknowledged as a former world champion. He's a former Rumble winner and a former world champion. It doesn't really matter that the run was not long and not very good. He's got that on his accomplishment list. He did it. It's a little bit like climbing Mount Everest, getting to the very top of it and then realizing there's not anything to see. It's not very good up here. It's boring. So you just come back down again. I mean, you might have got there and it might not have been great. You might be cold and there's nothing to look at but clouds. But you did it. And yeah, the only way to go then is down. So for me, like I would love for Sami to experience that mountaintop. I'd love for him to have that. Doesn't need to be there long, and then he can come back down again. LS Dub, hello. Shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Hello. I missed James's answer. I wanted to read that, but it passed me by. So, James, I hope you are well, my friend. Welcome back. You was missed. Asib said, do we think Tommaso is another example that we shouldn't gas up NXT stars once they get called up? He was cooking in NXT, but then he died on the main roster, and it was nowhere near the same popularity. No, I don't think that is a reflection of anything. I think that for me, I'll say what I've said before, which is when you go to the main roster, I think you start again. So when you're in NXT and you are killing it in developmental, I think it's right to be excited by those people. And Tommaso was a great in NXT. I mean, people loved him there. He had the connection with the crowd. You can't really do much more than kill it, you know? It's a little bit like in football, if you play for a smaller team, you know, the best thing you can do is score loads of goals or do whatever it is you do and be really good at it. And, you know, hope that a big football team likes what they see and then brings you in. But we've seen many, many times, haven't we, where look at Højlund at Man United, you know, did really well, brought him into Man United, struggled. And God, how many examples can you find of people that did really well at smaller teams, came into the Premier League to a big team in the Premier League, and really struggled, right? So what I would say with Tommaso is that he was in the smaller leagues, which is NXT, developmental, killed it, scored loads of goals, looked amazing, right? And so then we bring him up to the main roster and, yeah, you start again. Just like if you switch teams in football and you go to a bigger team, you start again. But it's right that those people are excited about this person. And, you know, there are lots of reasons as to why things might not play out or might not work. I mean, like, a big reason is creative and opportunity. I mean, if we had given Tommaso Ciampa that United States Championship and had him do open challenges like we've done with Carmelo and Ilya, would that have actually opened some eyes to just how good this guy is? You know, could we have given him that? Should we have given him that? We never gave him that. Instead, you know, he kind of did a bit of a story with The Miz. Do you remember that when he was hanging around with The Miz? And then doesn't he get injured? And he's like out for a while. And then when he comes back, he's around Johnny. And, you know, and then he was in DIY. And to be honest, I just sort of feel like creatively on the main roster, I think they knew that they had a great performer, but they just could not find a way of consistently using him, maximizing that, which is very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Maybe part of WWE's problem is that they actually have too many wrestlers, because if they had less wrestlers, there would be more opportunity for the wrestlers they do have. And then I think that would allow them to shine a lot more. You know, they'd get more opportunity. They'd get, you know, their aura would be built as a result because they would be achieving more and whatever. So for me, like, he is someone that was really struggling to get consistently good booking and opportunity. I think he found a place where he was getting some consistent TV time being in DIY, but it's the same sort of trap that Finn Balor's in. You know, Finn Balor is like a great talent. He reminded the world of that the other day in that championship match. People really enjoyed that. And he's a sleeping giant. He has been for a long time. But for me, he is someone that has been comfortable in the Judgment Day. But how do you look at that? Do you go, oh, he's been comfortable in the Judgment Day, he should have pushed himself more? Or do you go, fair play, he's been on the main roster for over 10 years, and he's got, you know, a hell of a career. He's gone all over the world. He's living his dream. If you're a kid who wants to be a wrestler and you get to go to WWE, you go through developmental, you have success, you get to the main roster, and you get on TV and you're used consistently, like Tommaso, like Finn Balor, is that a failure? I mean, not everyone's going to be a world champion. I mean, if you go back to the golden era, Mr. Perfect was not a champion. Roddy Piper was not a world champion. Jake the Snake was not a world champion. I mean, there's plenty of amazing I mean, technically, I mean, I don't know. They do recognize Andre the Giant as being a WWE world champion. It's for all of like 4 minutes when he beat Hogan thanks to a ref that wasn't the real ref. It was a man that had plastic surgery to look like the ref. And then immediately he hands the belt over to the $1 Million Man. They say you can't do that, so he gets stripped of the title. We then do the tournament at WrestleMania 4. I mean, to talk about shenanigans, it was shenanigan on top of shenanigan on top of shenanigan. I mean, that whole thing is so... I mean, like, it's such a mess that I am actually surprised they even acknowledge Andre as having been champion. I'm surprised they don't just go, do you know what? That match is void and the belt is vacated. But no, they do actually acknowledge Andre the Giant as being champion for 2 minutes, 3 minutes when he beat Hogan main event in the late 80s. But the reason I'm talking about that is really without that, he would also have not been a WWE champion. That was his only run as WWE champion. So, I don't know, man. If you make it like Tommaso did, it's hard to call that a success when obviously we know that he would have wanted to have been a singles wrestler at PLEs, getting mid-card belts, winning top title. I understand. But is it failure? Is it failure? Couldn't you argue that failure is all those thousands and thousands of people that never even make it to WWE? But then is that failure? Because they're living their dreams as well, aren't they? You know, they grew up wanting to be wrestlers and they are wrestlers. So is that what? I don't know. So should we stop hyping these people up? Not for me. I think it's a very narrow way of looking at wrestling. Is that you're only successful if you're Roman, or you are like someone that's going to be like a top champion. I mean, I think that it comes down to how you measure success. I think Tommaso is going to look back on his career, and of course he's going to wish there was times where he had more. I mean, everyone's going to wish that. But he is someone that I think can look back and be very proud of what he did achieve, because I think he goes down as one of the NXT greats. And I think that it was just a bit unfortunate the way that he got injured. And, you know, I think it's kind of hard, really. You can very quickly fall out of favor on the main roster because they're not short of options. And there's always that next option to come along, isn't there? So... no, I don't think we should stop getting excited about emerging talent. I think what we just need to be aware of is that there's a good chance that emerging talent is not all going to go on and be rip-roaring successes. Daze, how do we think about the Hardy Boys being left off the cover of 2K26? Don't give a flip. Don't give a flip. Couldn't even remotely care in the slightest. That's how I feel. First of all, it's a video game. Who cares? I think for me, like, people that get upset about the ratings in the video game or whatever, like, come on, man. This isn't even WWE. This is like 2K that are just coming up with, you know, something for the game. At the end of the day, they're going to just want to try and sell their video game. I'd say if you've got a problem with it, take it up with 2K. To me, it's just irrelevant, pointless, don't care. It's the video game. I don't give a flip about it. I don't play it. Not bothered. If it's a talking point, I think we're pretty far down the rabbit hole if we're going to get upset about a video game cover. So it's a little bit like getting upset that a wrestler's not on the poster for, you know, like something. Again, who gives a flip? Like when we're talking about people's careers and stuff like that, we're talking about, you know, Tommaso Ciampa, and is he going to win mid-card belts? Is he going to become a world champion? Whatever. Obviously, we found out it's the end of the road for him. You know, that is important. If you made it on the cover of a video game, doesn't even factor into my thinking. And that whole, oh my God, and this happens every year. Have you seen? They've given Liv Morgan 85 on the video game, but they've given Jade Cargill 87. What are they thinking? Who cares? It's a video game. Who cares? It's a nonsense. It's made up numbers in made up land. It's designed to get people talking so that you talk about the video game. Because it's a video game. So yeah, no, I don't care about it. I've never really cared about the 2K stuff. And I must admit, I was someone that got frustrated at the numbers. I think the first time, I didn't even know they did them. But like when that conversation first came around, I was someone that like bit. I was someone that like, you know, went for that kind of stuff. But I'm so used to this conversation now. It happens year after year after year. I don't care about it. It's 2K. And the one thing you learn is like any controversy one year, it creates a bit of a chat, a bit of a storm with it, and then it just goes away. And then the next controversy comes along, and then everyone goes, and then that just goes away. And then the next controversy, and then that just goes away. And on we go forever. So yeah, we had a spoke about the video game because they had Triple H with the big world title, and people were saying Triple H was not the champ at that time, and all this kind of stuff. It's like, guys, let me just refer you to my earlier comment. It's a video game. Right, we need to get ready here. We've got 6 minutes. 6 minutes. They've put up all the hype packages for Saturday night's main event. 3,000 people waiting. That seems low. Ah, is it an hour? I thought it was on in 6 minutes. Ah, I'm sure I heard they said it was midnight. Have we got another hour to chat? Oh, this is great. Ah, let's go. I'm sure we read last night that it said that it was going to start at midnight UK time, 7. Ah, we've got an extra hour. Guys, get your thoughts in. Let's go. Let's go. Right. Big Time said, Daze, I know the moment was great, but it's unfortunate that they botched the title win and stiff Blake's momentum. Now they've put her in a feud with Jada where neither should be losing. Fight Me says, worrying about 2K is like tripping over AEW WWE. Anna Juni said, I think Liv's going to get a 91 or 90. Big Time said, I cringe when 2K put wrestlers for a roster reveal and then start asking wrestlers what their rating is going to be. And then they get them to guess high and then give them bad news. It's just, I mean, look, it's a talking point. And that is what 2K are trying to do with all of this. They want you to talk about the game. They want you to know that it's coming out. They want you to talk about it. They make a big deal out of the ratings. They make a big deal out of roster reveals. They make a big deal as to when the trailers drop in. They have superstars playing it. Pops up in the flipping background. I mean, like, it lives in the background of the Judgment Day Clubhouse. And, you know, they'll do lots of different things to try and get people to talk about it. As they should. They're not wrong for that. They absolutely should be doing that. But, yeah, a lot of it is just there to create conversation. And so that you're aware that the game is coming out or is out. I mean, to be honest with you, what I will say about the game this year is I do actually think that this could be a special year for it, because I'm not someone that cares about the game. I don't have time to play it. And I did go through a period where I would buy it and then just not get a chance to play it. And so for me, I don't even bother buying it anymore. But I must admit, this one being an Attitude Era edition has made me go, oh, I would like to see some trailers on this. I would like to see what they have delivered here. I'd like to know what this is going to be. So, to be honest with you, I mean, as far as I know, every arena, every wrestler, all of this kind of stuff, it's all available. I'm not aware of really too many people you can't, I mean, I'm guessing you can't be Chris Benoit, but I wouldn't want to be. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. If you go into create a wrestler, I'm sure you'll find people in there. Whoever you want. Probably a Chris Benoit, I have no idea. I'm sure, like, flipping everyone's in there. I know a few people have tagged me a few times where there's, like, Wrestling Daze that you can flipping be in the create a wrestler space. So, to me, like, there's every arena, every wrestler. I don't even know what you can't do in the game now. I would imagine you can do anything. And that does make it challenging when it comes to how are we going to get people to buy this year's game? How are we going to get people to buy this year's game? I think they've done a very good job of putting the Attitude Era cover out and making a big thing out of the Attitude Era, because I think that that is an interesting angle, and it does make me wonder what's going to be in the game that maybe wasn't in the game before. I don't know. I mean, God, you could fight in the warehouse. And they had that whole island thing, which I never really found out what it was. It was like some sort of running around an island doing mini missions or something. So, I mean, the thing with the game now is I don't know where we are with microtransactions. Obviously, that kills a game for me straight away. I am so used to, back in the day, you buy a game and that was it. And if I bought a game now and I had to do, you know, pay this to unlock this costume, pay this to unlock this wrestler, pay this to unlock this arena, what? Ain't doing that. That would be instantly how I turn the game off. That would be me done. So I don't know. Those kind of things are real turn-offs for me. So I don't expect to buy the game, but because of it being Attitude Era, I'm very interested to see what it looks like. Very interested to see what's new. I think I heard there's a new reversal system that they've put in, which could be interesting. Anything that's going to make it fun. Yeah, pick up, easy to play. I don't know what would bring me back. I mean, what is not in the game? I mean, if I wanted to wrestle at the original Raw venue, I'd imagine I could. If I wanted to get Damian Demento or something, I reckon I could. I mean, if I wanted to compete at Madison Square Garden, if I wanted to compete at the ECW arena, if I wanted to make my own arena, if I wanted to make my own wrestler, I know I can do that. There's all the creative stuff. I think you can make your own move, your own entrance. I think you can be GM. I mean, what is not in the game? I don't know. I don't know what is missing. That would be good. I've never seen that. I don't know if that exists, but a video of, like, this is what we need in 2K26. I have no idea what people are looking for, because I don't know what's missing. To me, it feels like everything's in the game. EA Sports, it's in the game. James said, Days had a fever of 42 degrees. I've only just recovered. Still got a few issues to sort out. Yeah, your face. But I'm good now. It was such a strange feeling, shaking, cold, but sweating hot at the same time. Oh. Well, James, I'm sorry to hear you went through that. No one needs to be going through stuff like that. It's a lot of that stuff doing the rounds at the moment. A lot of stuff that's kind of knocking people for six. So I hope everyone is looking after themselves, staying healthy and whatnot. And hopefully that's you done now. This is why I have to wrap up. It's flipping cold in the UK. It's, you know, and I know that it's pretty bad in America as well. You got storms over in America. That's breaking news. So some pretty moody storms. America, Canada, I think, affected as well. So I don't know if that's going to have any disruption tonight. But yeah, I hope everyone's looking after themselves, staying chipper, staying positive, and keeping nice and warm. David said, I'm binge watching Unreal Season 2. And F you to fans from the 80s. David, shout out to you. Okay. I mean, again, I do go back to my earlier comment. If you feel like it's going to upset you, don't watch it. Like, I don't understand. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Like, I don't understand why people are so upset about the show and then they make themselves watch it. This is such a disgrace. They shouldn't be doing this. It's a real disgrace that they've done this. I can't believe they're showing us. They're killing kayfabe. Oh, man. Yeah. So you're not watching it? Oh, no, I'm watching it. I'm going to watch it. Why are you watching it? Well, I love wrestling. Yeah, but you've said it's going to ruin your love of wrestling. Yeah, but I'm going to watch it. But why? Why are you doing? Why? Okay. I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. Kendall, shout out to you. Kendall 420. Yeah. Shout out to you, my friend. I've subscribed. I am now officially a subscriber, Kendall. Where are we watching the show in the US? Peacock. You could use a VPN and then jump over to WWE's YouTube channel, but it's Peacock in the US, buds. Where is the chair fund? Oh, do you know what? That will go to the chair fund. Breaking news. They've dropped the price of the chair I was interested in. So the best chair that you can get, according to a lot of people I look at, is the Steelcase Leap. It's the chair Tommy's got, my friend Tommy. And he's got the best chair. And normally it's like £1,200. It's expensive. Flipping. People are always shocked when you tell them how much a chair costs. And I was one of them people. I was shocked. Right? And they've dropped it to 800 and some pound on Amazon now. Guys, I was thrilled. So I feel like we are there or thereabouts. So, Kendall, thank you, my friends. I can officially tell you that will be going to the chair fund. And there has been some movement on this. And that we are in a very exciting place. So pretty soon I will have armrests that don't just fall immediately straight back down. I might actually have some back support that does what it says it's meant to be doing. This arm might no longer be doing this. I might actually have some padding on the arms rather than it being literally all over the floor. Honestly, this chair was cooked a long time ago, and I'm very excited about this price reduction. So I would just like to say thank you to Jeff Bezos. I think he watches these streams, and I think he saw that I was in need of a chair. He has reduced the price on his platform, and I would just like to say, yeah, literally my favorite bald man. It used to be Triple H, but then 2025 happened. Steve said, Daze, when do we think there's anyone outside of Do we think there's anyone outside of WWE that's never wrestled but would get the same pop AJ did? That's a good question. I think MJF. Kenny Omega. Kenny. Osprey, maybe. I think it'd be AEW, wouldn't it? I think I'd be looking at Kenny. I think I'd be looking at MJF. I think I'd be looking at Osprey. I mean, I think Kenny did some with a developmental, but Osprey, to my knowledge, has never been in. MJF's never been in, apart from being an extra backstage with Samoa Joe. So yeah, I think one of those. I could see them getting that pop, that kind of reaction. Daze, I heard that the Steel Leap is awful. Oh no. SYMNO make my favourite chairs. Well, no, I'm not having this. I have watched so many chair channels, and they all praise the Steel Case Leap. They're saying this is the one. Listen, I'm not making it up. I've watched all the... When you are spending that kind of money, I am the kind of person that will want to get reviews. I will want to know what people are saying. And consistently, the Leap is the one people keep saying. And now you're coming around here confusing me and upsetting me and casting doubt. That's cruel. That is actually cruel. Because it's took me flipping ages to get my head around what chair I should get. And now you've come waltzing in going, that one! I don't think so. I'm never going to get a new chair. Once I remove the obstacle that is the fact it's flipping expensive, now a lot of you are coming in going, oh, you don't want that. I think you'll find that chair. It's actually very uncomfortable. So yeah, that's cool. Don't buy from Tekka chairs, says Chat Golf. Thank you. Breaking news. I was at the Super Show in Melbourne when CM Punk did the EO jump on Rhea. Everyone had a good laugh, but when EO does its Triple H, people go in meltdown, said Scott. Yeah, that's just a storm in a teacup. I didn't read anything into it. It's one of those where I think it's kind of weird as an outsider to look in, because you know, the relationship between Triple H and EO, none of us know what that relationship looks like. You know, we kind of, I suppose, visualize it being very respectful, being very professional. And that was a moment that was like, I suppose, surprising is the word to use, yeah? And for some people, they've gone, you don't do that to a boss. I mean, I would never do that to my boss when I worked in retail, right? Mainly because he was like 60 and he was a, you know, married man. So, you know, me doing that would be a bit strange. Would it have got me a promotion? Who knows? But it's not it wouldn't have been my approach. But I don't know. She'd just wrestled a match. She was full of, like, you know, excitement, enthusiasm. I think she was just overcome with, like, oh my God, we just killed it. Triple H, thank you so much. Like, to me, it's no big deal. Is it something that should have happened? Did Triple H have a problem with it? I mean, if Triple H came out and started saying he felt he'd been abused and assaulted, you know, or something like this. I mean, let's put it this way. If Triple H had done it to her, I think very different story, yeah? If Triple H had come running over to her after the match and wrapped his legs around she'd gone down like this, then I think we've got a story, yeah? Then I think we can start going, whoa. But clearly he was okay with it. I mean, why wouldn't you be, in all fairness? Clearly he was okay with it. Clearly she was like, ugh. And listen, as long as Steph's not going to make him sleep on the couch, I think so all is good. So, yeah, a bit of a storm in a teacup, to be honest with you. I must admit, when I saw it, I was like, oh. It didn't strike me as anything, like, it was just a bit surprising. You don't really expect that in a way from EO. I've always seen her as being, like, very polite, very professional. Her wrapping her arms and legs around Triple H backstage, it was like a surprising moment. And I think as a result, whenever you get something like that, you're going to get divided opinion. And so, yeah. I mean, whatever. Storm in a teacup. We've all moved on. Do you know what I mean? Yesterday's news is today's fish paper wrapping. Here in the UK, back in the day, fish and chips used to be served in newspapers. So they'd get newspapers, they'd get your, yesterday's newspaper, they'd get your chips and your fish, there you go, mate. And you'd have your fish and chips wrapped in newspaper, take it home, put it on a plate, whatever, right? Or even just eat it straight out of the paper. But that's how it was, 30, 40 odd years ago. And so there was a saying that, like, yesterday's news is just today's fish paper. So it's, do you know what I mean? That's all it is. What's big and newsworthy and everyone's talking about it will just be wrapped around some fish and chips the next day, and everyone will have just moved on. And that is very much a prime example, to be honest. Delwyn, my friend, thank you. Appreciate the support. This is going towards my potentially steel case leap chair, which might not be now because people have started to put me off. But Delwyn, I appreciate it, my friends. Delwyn said, I think Drew is going to cost Sami during the match. I could see Sami winning the Rumble, especially since it's in Saudi. He could then pick Drew at Mania. I think there's a chance. Yeah, there's a chance. Sometimes it's good to think about what if. Yeah, no, there's a chance. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but I think there is a chance. I'm with you. So I think there's a chance because they have been telling a story between Drew and Sami. Drew made very personal comments about Sami's son. Sami slapped him backstage. I mean, I would say that's more of an interaction than Drew has had with Trick. That is more of an interaction than he's had with Randy. It's more of an interaction than he's had with Damian. And we're in Montreal, right? So for me, this is why Sami feels like he is the pick. He is the person to win. But you make a good point, which is maybe Drew gets involved. He costs Sami. He doesn't want Sami to have that opportunity. Sami then has to go into the Rumble and try and win it. Sami is currently about 4th favorite for the Rumble. So there are others ahead of him that are favorites. But if Sami doesn't win and gets screwed by Drew, what do you think happens to the odds? Sami's odds increase, definitely. So we're sat here now with Sami at number 4 in the Rumble, 4th favorite. It's still an option. And he was a favorite to win it last year. But I think we're in a situation where at the moment it seems unlikely. But if Drew interrupts tonight, costs Sami the match, those odds definitely change, definitely improve. Sami becomes more of a favorite. And then all of a sudden we're in a very different situation, aren't we? We're in a very different place. The only reason that I say it's probably unlikely is because there's just no word that Sami is going to win the Rumble anymore, or that he's going to be in one of those title matches. So there is nothing to pin it on. There's nothing that, and I'm talking as a Sami fan, right? There is nothing to go, well, it's going that way because, I mean, I don't really like doing the, they could go this, they could go that, because there is like a million different directions they could go. There is a million different stories they could tell with so many different superstars that I feel like the reason why we don't do that is because we would just be talking and talking and talking and not really getting anywhere. I sort of feel like the conversations we have are based on what do we think is wrong with the product at the moment, or what would we like to see change, or how do we feel about this person, or what does this person need? And it's things that we can like really get our teeth into. Fantasy booking feels a bit of a kind of a thankless task, if you will, because you could sit here and lay out 99 different paths and absolutely none of them could be the path that WWE take. So then you've just completely wasted, I don't know how long it would take to go through all of that. So that's the reason why we don't really spend too long on stuff like that. That's the reason why, you know, we'll touch on it if people bring it up, but we don't really spend too much time on it. But like with Delwyn there, he's laid out a path as to where this could go. It's thought out, it's credible, it connects, it works. Drew cost Sami tonight. That means Drew defends against someone else next week. Sami then, as you know, everyone's going to see he's cheated. Hopefully the fans are with him and they're like, nah, man, you got to get Drew. You got to get him. Build up that support. Sami then goes into Saudi, you know, as someone to keep an eye on. There's clearly a story being told. Sami goes into the Rumble in Saudi Arabia, where he does enjoy a lot of support as a favorite, with a purpose, with a story. Fans will be with him. And yeah, I mean, he was one of the favorites to win this at the end of last year. Even now he's like fourth. If you actually tell a story where he gets screwed, yeah, it could happen. It could happen. But there's just nothing to hang your hat on. There's nothing to go, because this rumor is out there. There is no rumor, so that's why we always have to kind of stop there, you know. I'd love to go further and go, and it could happen because Brian Alvarez said, or PW Insider said, but no one's saying anything, so there's nothing to base it on. So we'll have to wait and see. But Delwyn, I really like it, and I would not be against that happening tonight, to be honest with you. And Kendall said, lately, go smash that like people. Kendall, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone joining us tonight, even if we did start earlier than we really needed to. I swear it said midnight that it was starting in the UK, but you know me. We're certainly not going to sit here struggling for things to say, right? We could do flipping 5 hours before and we'd be absolutely fine. So, yeah, appreciate it. Really appreciate people joining us, sharing their thoughts. Let's try and get to some more. We'll get to another one from Delwyn. Look at this. Delwyn, dudes. Guys, I might buy 2 chairs. Delwyn said, Daze, if your back hurts, you should get a deep tissue 3D back massager. I had neck issues and it completely fixed me. I recommend it. It's only £30. It's great for anyone. A 3D, is that one of them guns? And how would you do it? I'm gonna have a look. 3D. I haven't got like major back issues or anything, but I've just started to notice. I'll tell you what, right? This chair, and I know people don't care, but you're here for wrestling. I get it. We'll get back to wrestling in a second. But I'm just telling you, right? Some of you might want to be content creators one day. You need to know this, right? This chair used to be like up here, and it used to keep me really kind of sat up. And at first, it was really not uncomfortable. I just wasn't used to it. But it was really good support. It really kind of felt like my back was being well supported. And obviously, as time has gone by, I mean, it's not the screws. I've tried tightening the screws. I just think everything's got, you know what I mean? Everything's just got loose. The framework's got a bit bent over time. I mean, I use it every day. And so now it feels like that if I was to sit naturally, I'd be sat like that. Like, I'd be sat pretty far back. I'm actually always sat a little bit forward. And I think as the time has gone by, I've just started to feel that a bit more in my back. And you got to be so careful with your back and everything because, I mean, blimey now. You like struggle to get out of bed and all that and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not the young spring chicken that I used to be. I'm 21 now. I'm not like when I was 18. Do you know what I mean? When I was 18, I could go out all night partying, drinking, you know, being out with the girls, just having a great time. And just, you know, I'd wake up, I'd be fine. Now, if I did that, I'd be dead. I'd be actually dead. Like, we'd be doing a funeral watch along, right? From me inside the casket. So, it's, yeah, like, you feel it. You feel those little aches and pains a little bit more as the time goes by. So, I need to get, like, something that, like, really supports my back better. So, yeah, there's lots of reasons why I need to get a new chair. But any, like, little back things have just come from that, really. So, it's nothing major at this stage. But I'm definitely going to look for this kneading back massager. Because... Oh, no. Is that the one? What's it called? 3D kneading back massager. 3D kneading back massager. I've put that in. What the hell is a shiatsu? Shiatsu? What the hell's this? I thought it was one of them guns that had like a knob. Yeah? You know, the knob. And you stuck that in and it like... You got the knob. You shoved it like where it needed to go. And then you like wiggled it about. Or it wiggled itself. You know, them gun things. Those things. I thought it was one of... This ain't that. This ain't that at all. This is like a pillow with like glowing orbs in it. Is it that? Don't super chat again. But what is it? Darwin, are you talking about a knob? Let me know. A knob massager. Yeah, is it the knob... Darwin, is it the knob massager? You know that one. You know that one. King Notorious said, watch out. Listen, I'll buy a knob massager on Amazon for £30. Honestly, I've bought one before. It was more expensive than that. Benny said, Daisy, to prepare for tonight, I've got a sirloin steak with blanc sauce, Laffy Taffy, and I've got some white sea bass with a dash of cauliflower puree. Oh my God, look at you. Flipping Gordon Ramsay over here. I think we're all going to be enjoying Saturday night's main event with a meal very similar to that. I'd imagine that that is the experience many are having in the community. Anyway, Darwin, thank you, my friend. Once I get some more details from you, then I might be interested in purchasing one of those. A Cold Edit said, can I buy you a knob massager? No, Darwin might have got me one, but Darwin might have already got me one, so honestly, I might be covered. Days, I'm going to watch WWE, and then I'm going to watch the UFC of main event of UFC. Enjoy it, my friends. It's a busy night tonight. There's lots going on. James said, what's all this talk about knob massagers? I think I've missed a key part. Pretty much what you think, to be honest, but yeah, no, I think you've joined at the right time. I'd like the idea of a message to go out around the wrestling community. Like, have you heard what they're saying on the wrestling? They're talking about knob massage, and then everyone just piles in. Now you're talking my language. Here we go. Now I can contribute to the conversation. Which model was you looking for? Right? I've tried them all. Yeah, you watch. All the pervs will be in now. I bet, has William Hensey been in yet? Hensey will be around. I'd imagine Hensey's gone to get his collection. I'd imagine there's a video clip currently being filmed. Well, I mean, let's hope that it stays the right side of PG. But Big Time Baxter said, Days, NXT is a developmental show with young prospects, but the median age of the audience watching is 65. Is that true? 65 is the median age oh, Jesus Christ. But I'm 21. Surely I bring it down. Out of 600,000, only 95,000 is under 50. How do they know? How do they know? Don't they get this big data and all of that now from like all these like just smart TVs? So how do they know the age of the people that are watching? I understand when it was the system before, they would put it in like people's houses. They would know their age, and if they watched the show, they would know. Okay, well that's the Jones household. He's 55, she's 62. You know, and they'd you know be able to get the data that way, but isn't big data getting it from a lot more sources now? I don't know, man. It strikes me as surprising. I mean, certainly if you look at the live crowds, do you know what I mean? That doesn't bear resemblance, does it? I mean, Jesus Christ, if that is true, then shouldn't the live crowd reflect that? Shouldn't it just be a load of old people sat there with Werther's original, like boiled sweets? Some old woman in the front doing a knitting, yeah? The guy next to her, like, fast asleep. Me over in the back with my knob massager, yeah? Shouldn't that be the makeup of the NXT crowds? But it's not that, is it? It's like young, vibrant, they're chanting away, having a good time. I mean, it feels like that is the age of the people that are tuning in. Just more an extension of the live crowds. So I'm sure there are older folk that tune in, right? I think if you love wrestling, I feel like, and you know, this could be wrong, this is just a theory, but I feel like a lot of people get into wrestling when they're young, watch it as kids, and then what happens is they discover the opposite sex, and they decide, I'll do that instead, right? So a lot of people get in when they're like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then by the time you're like 14, 15, 16, if you're a guy, you're going, oh, she looks nice. If you're a girl, you're going, oh, he looks nice. And then, you know, all of a sudden, kind of hanging out with your mates, you're chasing the opposite sex. Maybe that's when wrestling sort of falls off the agenda a little bit. And then I think what happens at that point is some people stay with it during that period. Some people leave during that period and don't come back. And some people leave but do come back. And, I mean, I would say for me, the Attitude Era was sort of that period for me where I never stepped away, but I definitely was keeping an eye on things and I was watching pay-per-views and stuff like that. But I would say my level of engagement during Attitude Era was not as strong as it is now, and was not as strong as it was in the early 90s. Because I would say that Attitude Era period was a big time in my life where, you know, I'm starting to go out, get a job, my life is really changing. And so, you know, that I can sort of relate to that. But I never left wrestling. There's just periods in my life where it has to take a bit more of a back seat. And I can't be just watching absolutely everything all the time. And so maybe that's why the Attitude Era did not resonate with me as strong. I think, you know, the more you put in, the more you get out. And I think if I was like consuming it like I consume wrestling now, perhaps I would have a lot more love for it. But I never left. I was always keeping up with results, always following the story, always watching the PLEs and catching Raws when I could, and staying engaged with it. But yeah, I mean, I think everyone goes on that journey. And some people just walk away completely. We've heard from lots of people that step away and then come back into it. But I think if you are someone that is watching as an adult, I don't know really at that point when you step away. I mean, I don't know that like you hit the age of 40, 50 and you step away. I feel like if you're watching, then there's not really, unless the show goes bad and you're bored, it's not really a reason to step away. So I could believe that there is a lot of 50, 60-year-olds that have never stepped away. They've stuck with it. They enjoy it. It's regular content. You know you're going to, you know, get something from the show. It's worth your time. I mean, wrestling is a fantastic comfort blanket, isn't it? It is such a great comfort blanket. I mean, you can just have the worst day and you can know, well, it's, you know, it's Raw tonight. It's SmackDown tonight. And even if the shows haven't been good, there's normally something that you can get out of it. A match that you enjoy, a superstar that you're looking forward to watching what's next for them, a storyline that's kind of got you hooked, or you build into a PLE, you're coming out of a PLE, or there's something happening, there's some new superstar coming in, or a call-up, or a return, or a rumor, or do you know what I mean? There's normally something. And I appreciate a lot of shows have maybe lacked that big talking point. I mean, you could maybe point to SmackDown last night as not having a major talking point. We got new tag champs, but I don't know if that's enough for people. But I sort of look at it and think, well, you know, it's a constant. Even if you get a bad show, doesn't matter. It's back on Friday. That'll probably be better. And if it's not, doesn't matter. It's back on Monday. And I think we can agree 2023, 2024 was good. I think we can agree, by and large, 2026 has started off well. Drew winning the championship and, some really fun moments on that European tour. I thought the European tour went much better this time than last year. Much better. And it's done now, which is great. It's out the way. Sorry, Europe. But I am sort of glad that we're done with it, because now we can do Saudi, get that done, and then it's nothing but WrestleMania season. We don't have to worry about anything but the quality of the show. That's it. We ain't going from country to country to country, going to places we rarely go to, performing in front of crowds that we rarely perform in front of, right? We are going to America. We are going to be in the States. We are going to go to familiar places and see familiar crowds. And we don't need to worry about, where we're staying. I mean, I'm pretty sure Triple H knows the hotels in every state now that are worth staying in. I mean, it's just, these places, I'm sure, become little homes from homes. I mean, he's been going to Texas and California and New York and all these states since the 90s, and maybe even before that, I don't know. But consistently going around all these different places. I mean, his life is on the road. He's on the road more than he's at home. So we don't need to worry about anything that we've not experienced before. We can just really dial into the stories, dial into the quality of the show. And I think the show is going to be so much better for it. I really do. I'm pleased that we've managed to get that European tour out the way. Darwin said, if you search deep tissue 3D neck kneading massager. Okay. Deep tissue 3D neck kneading massager. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, one of these type of jobs looks like something out of flipping Stranger Things. So, one of those that you sort of put over your neck and then it just gets in there. I mean, it's got a few knobs, hasn't it, there? That's going to glow in red. Look at that. I mean, radioactive. And you're saying that you had one of these and it did it for you, did it? Okay. To be honest, I mean, it looks kind of fun, doesn't it? To be honest, it looks like the kind of thing which I don't know if it would work, but you're telling me it does, and I believe you. But it just sort of looks like the thing you'd put on, and I bet it would be like, oh, that's nice. I could imagine that being pretty fun, actually. So, honestly, let me get the chair first. And it was going to be the steel case lead, but it might still be. I don't know yet. But that does look quite interesting, actually. So, Darwin, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it. I think a few in the community might have a little look at that now. Kendall said, as a massage therapist of 20 years, I do encourage you to get a chair and a massage. Okay, look at this. Blimey now. So you are a massage therapist. One of the dirty ones. One of the dirty ones or one of the good ones. Well, to be honest, even the dirty ones are good ones, I don't know. We'll leave that up to people's imaginations, Kendall. But Kendall, shout out to you. I appreciate it. 20 years. The things you must have seen. The things you must have seen. Yeah, it's important. And again, just to bring it back to something that people will care about, because my back is of no interest to anyone, including me, to be honest. Yeah, if you are going to be a content creator or you're going to do streams or something like that, chairs are expensive. And don't cheap out on it, right? A lot of people just get like some, this was an Amazon thing that was like 200. And I was like, 200 for a chair? But you very quickly come to realize that, like, serious chairs are like 8, 9, 1,000. Like, they are so expensive. So this, to be honest, has probably done its job. I mean, I've had this a good couple of years. And, you know, it was 200 quid from Amazon. Again, you know, a chair company was like, this is the best you can get at that price range, but I do recommend you spend more. And I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna. So I bought this one, and it's probably done its job, but I probably need to be serious about this. I think this might end up being my career. This might be what I do for a living, so I probably do need to really invest in this. So, yeah, Kendall, shout out to you. Kendall, you'll have to let us know in the chat, have you ever seen a penis or boobs? I don't mean in life, I mean as part of your job. Thank you. Corey said, Daze, I did some research in order to watch all the live WWE shows in the US. It would cost me over $100 a month for all the streaming services. Corey, thank you, my friend. It sucks in America for a few reasons, but certainly the reason of having to get like all the flipping streaming services. You lot need to have USA Network. You need to have Netflix. You need to have ESPN. You need to have CW Network. There's been some stuff on Peacock like tonight that you need as well. So, yeah, horrific. You get screwed. I mean, there's no two ways about it. You get screwed. Over here in the UK, it's predominantly all on Netflix. And if it's not on Netflix, it's on YouTube. So tonight is actually on YouTube for us. AAA is on YouTube. Pretty much everything else is on Netflix. So we're very, very fortunate over here. Very, very fortunate. But to be honest, I mean, I say we're fortunate. We're just in a situation that's not really too different from when we had the network. Just we don't have as much stuff now. We were actually more fortunate when we had the WWE Network. It was better then for us. You did need TNT or Sky Sports, in all fairness. You did need that. So for Raw and SmackDown. But all the pay-per-views and everything were on the network, and we had much more back catalogue than we do now. So for me personally, I really miss the network. But compared to what you lot have to do in America, it is much better. So if you don't know what I'm about to say, then, well, you should have worked it out by now. And that would be, why not get a VPN? Why not jump over to UK Netflix? And why not try and watch it that way? I know when they first did the switch, there was talk that Netflix was going to try and clamp down on that. And I'm not sure where we are with that. So it would be worth the community just letting people know if that works. If it doesn't work, do you need certain VPNs? Does it not work in certain states? Blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line is, get a VPN, jump over to UK Netflix, and you're going to be getting Raw, SmackDown, NXT, PLEs, all there for one monthly fee. I don't work for them. But that is how it works over here. So we're very, very fortunate. We're very fortunate. I'm aware of that. And, you know, the cost of WWE making its money, that the brunt of that is being bared and being paid for by the American people, which sucks. So I don't know if that VPN thing works. If there's anyone in the chat, just you'll have to let us know. Kendall said, I'm only dirty on my off hours. Very good. Very good. Guys, we have got a professional in our midst. So, Kendall, shout out to you. Yeah. All of you out there you was thinking it was dirty therapy, dirty massaging, but I would like to go on record to make it very clear that is not what Kendall does. Yeah. She's one of the good ones. Yeah. Kendall, shout out to you, my friend. Although you could probably make more money if you do go dirty. That's all I'm going to say. There's probably more money in it. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say. It's very much like, you know, wrestlers. They have to decide, like, do I want to be a wrestler or do I want to go on OnlyFans? And to be honest, there's probably more money in OnlyFans. But you have to decide. And when it comes to, like, massaging, you have to decide, do I want to be a good massage therapist that's going to help people? Or do I want to do the dirty stuff and make serious money? And it is a decision that has to be made. But Kendall knows which side she stands on. And we support you, my friend. Big Time said, Daze, NXT, when it moved off the WWE network and went to USA, it was meant to stifle AEW, but WWE unlocked an appetite for more wrestling. If you're a WWE fan, it's an alternative to the main roster if you don't care for AEW. Yep, I agree. Dalenzel, is that how you say it? Zelensky. Oh, yeah, I always struggle with this. I keep saying it, but like, when it is a name and it's just a long list of letters, I never know where the first name ends and the surname begins. So, listen, I'm going to butcher names. We need to accept this. It's not me causing offense. It is me genuinely giving a college effort at trying to get this correct. So, Dalen, I think that's where your name ends, and I think your surname is Zelensky. I've gone with that. If it's not, that is your name now. So, thank you. And thank you for your comment as well. What do we think about the Rumble in Saudi and the ability for surprise entrance since they got to fly them in? Yeah. Are they going to fly people in via wooden crate? So there was a report at the end of last year that people internally were not expecting many surprises because of that exact fact. And to be honest with you, if you look back through previous Rumbles, there's not loads of surprises. We kind of make a big deal out of this, and a lot of like YouTube channels make a big deal out of this because it's just good content. It's just good to go, hey, here's some surprises we could get, right? I mean, that's a great video to click on. You know, you're going to see Paige, you're going to see Powerhouse Hobbs, you're going to see Jericho. They might throw in The Rock, and it might be like, it's in Saudi, you never know, and all this kind of stuff, right? You know it. I know it. We know what that video looks like, right? But to be honest with you, if you actually go back through recent Rumbles and actually just count up what you would class as a genuine surprise, it ain't loads, right? It's probably 3 in the men's, 3 in the women's, maybe a bit more. Depends if you want to include NXT. Although I don't think there was much NXT last year. I don't think there was any NXT in one of the Rumbles, because I looked the other day. So I think that there is obviously a chance of Jericho. And if you've got to fly him into a different airport and then like transport him across Saudi Arabia a bit. I mean, I don't know, obviously, the infrastructure. So rather than landing in Riyadh, can you land in a nearby airport? And then how far is that journey? How realistic is that journey? I don't know. What I do know is that for him to get on a plane in America, I mean, there's like 1 million airports he can go to. But where you don't want him to land is Riyadh, because everyone's going to arrive into Riyadh airport, and that's where they're going to get spotted. So if you want a surprise like Jericho, does it not make more sense to land him into a different airport and then drive him to Riyadh? How realistic is that? How far away is the nearest airport? Don't know. That is something WWE are going to have a look at. But this is why there is concern. And this is why I think they are aware that this is going to be challenging when it comes to surprises. I also would not be shocked if some actually get ruined. I wouldn't be shocked if, like, Chad Gable gets spotted in Saudi Arabia next weekend, and people are like, Chad's here. And it's like, oh, well, there's one surprise ruined. I'm fully anticipating that happening. I'm fully anticipating people spotting people and going, oh, well, that's that ruined. So I think, like, Chad Gable is definitely someone. Tiffany Stratton is someone. Bianca, obviously, is a favorite. She is someone. These are all ones that I think could get ruined. The one that they have got to protect. If they're not teasing it, and they're not teasing it, if they're not going to tease it, and it is going to be it's Jericho. You got to protect that surprise. And even if it means you've got to go to some pretty extreme lengths of flying him into a different airport in Saudi Arabia and then driving him 2 hours, 3 hours from that airport to Riyadh, then so be it. So for me, that's the one. That is the one. There is, I mean, like Paige would be fine, but nowhere near Jericho levels. Powerhouse Hobbs, nowhere near Jericho levels. I mean, Powerhouse Hobbs, genuinely, how many people in Saudi Arabia are tuning into AEW? I have absolutely no idea. Here's a fun question. Does anyone know the viewing figures for AEW in Saudi Arabia? I ain't got a flip. Not a flipping clue. How realistic is it to think that you're going to put up, not even, you can't even use his name. He's going to have to come out as Rich Keys or whatever he's called, Royce Keys. Yeah? Flipping second-hand car salesman's going to have to come, like that name's going to have to appear up. No one knows. Never heard of it before, right? But it's believed to be the new name for Powerhouse Hobbs. But you can bring Powerhouse Hobbs out. How many people in that Saudi Arabian crowd are going to react? I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know if the Rumble is the right place to debut him. I really don't know. Because it might come out to a load of people go, who's this? Do you know who this is? Is that Omos? Who's this? I have no idea who this is. Is Big E back? Who's this? So, for me, like, I don't know if that's the right place for him. I don't know if it's not better to just save him for if you want him on the main roster, save him on a Raw or a SmackDown, you know, have him do something like that rather than being in the actual Rumble. So, yeah, for me, Jericho's the one. You got to protect Jericho. Surprise-wise, I don't think there'll be loads. And I think that the ones that we could get are ones that you could see getting spoiled and people will moan. But if we're going to be honest, they're not that big of a deal. Is Tiffany coming back soon? Yes. Is Chad Gable coming back soon? Yes. You know, these aren't big ruined surprises. They're coming back soon. You know, is Zoe Stark coming back soon? Yes. You know, there's a good chance all of them are going to be in the Rumble. Mike Santana, TNA champ, might be nice. If that got ruined, you might be a bit like, oh, that's a shame. But it's not the biggest problem, is it? The one is Jericho. That's the one. That is the one. So this is where, you know, we've got to protect that one. But all the others, they're just going to be returns from injuries and stuff like that, I think. I'm not anticipating really much in the way of surprises. I think you're right that with Saudi Arabia, it's going to play it down, you know. It's going to be a situation where it's going to limit the amount of surprises we could have. I would really like a Jeff Hardy. I think that would be really good. That would be just like an out-the-box type one. He's with TNA. Very realistic to put him in a Rumble. And actually, I think when his music hit, he's a legend, obviously. Music hit. I mean, you could have Matt in there as well. But I think Jeff would get the bigger reaction. The thing with Matt is that he always struck me as being like the good guy. You know, the good brother. Whereas Jeff is that sort of loose cannon who's had his problems. And as a result, people can sort of, you know, sympathize and relate. And he's got this kind of goodwill. We know that he had this amazing connection and with the crowd, but like he just couldn't get out of his own way sometimes. And I think that there's just some extra there that Matt doesn't have. Not Matt's fault. It's just this little star power. It's just this charisma. It's just this. I don't know if it is the struggles, the addictions. I don't know if it is that. Or maybe it's that, you know, he's just a bit edgier. You know, he's got the tattoos and the face paint, and Matt never really went in for those things. But I think Jeff would get a slightly bigger reaction. So, yeah, I think it's a good point, honestly. Beaver said, I wonder if they could use a private jet for the surprise ones. That doesn't land at an airport, but like a big open area somewhere near Riyadh. Well, maybe that's an option. Obviously, they would need some sort of runway, somewhere to land. I don't know, an army base or something. I mean, obviously they've got connections in high places. I certainly don't think it would be an issue to use an army base, use the runway for an army base. I'm sure, like, if they said to Saudi, look, we've got some surprise entries, we don't want to use the main airport. Have you got a military runway we can land at, or some smaller airport in the local area that's close we can land at? I'm sure there's some workaround that could be done. But, yeah, I mean, you are, I think, going to have to think about that level, because you know what it's like, fans being at airports. It happens, and it's going to happen in Riyadh. So if you have Jericho come through Riyadh airport, it's just really hard to see that not getting spoiled. It's just really hard for that to go under the radar. So there is going to have to be a bit of thought given to that. And I'm sure that thought has been given to that. So, yeah, we'll have to see. I'm not going into it not expecting any surprises. I think there will be surprises. But it's just hard to know how many, how big, and if they can keep them under wraps. That is going to be an extra challenge, yes. Sean said, I envisage that Jericho comes out like 22. He might make the final 4 or 6. Gets eliminated by someone, maybe like a Jey Uso. SmackDown comes around. Jericho calls out the Usos. And then that's when Hobbs Royce attacks. I could see something like that, yes. I could see something like that. Actually, that's a really interesting thought. Jericho and Powerhouse Hobbs coming in together is really interesting, and actually not something I had thought about. Mainly because the Powerhouse Hobbs thing has been relatively recent. I feel like it's only been the past few weeks. And my brain had not actually gone, what if we do a bit of not an AEW invasion, but what if Jericho comes back? And he comes back not alone. He comes back with someone that he wants to introduce us to. A bodyguard. Oh, there could be something to that, couldn't there? There could be something to that. I wouldn't want to stop Jericho from having some singles matches. But I think it's not unfair to say that Jericho is at the end of his career and is in his final run and is going to be slower and more limited in the ring. So I think any singles matches are going to have to be kept few and far between. I think the bulk of what you're going to get out of Jericho is going to be in a tag team or a faction. I think you're going to get a lot of promo segments, and singles matches I think will be kept for big PLEs and even BPLEs. He could either miss or he'll be in a tag team. So actually, him and Hobbs as a pairing is not a bad shout at all. At all. It would give him a reason to come back because he's found a gem outside of WWE that he really believes in, and he wants to bring it to the big time. And that gem is Royce Keys, is Powerhouse Hobbs, and Hobbs can be, you know, this kind of bodyguard, protector, tag partner. I see the vision there. I'm not saying that's where it goes, but I think that's interesting. So I think that was Sean, wasn't it? Sean, yeah, I like it. Alex said, it's freezing where I live in Canada. I wish I didn't live here, said Alex. Well, it's freezing over here as well, but hence why I am constantly wearing this jacket and I'm all wrapped up warm. I could turn the heating up even more, but to be honest, I might as well just put a coat on. So that's why I've started wearing this. It is winter, and we are feeling it over here as well. But I think you've probably got it worse, to be honest. I don't think what we're going through over here can probably compete with what you've got in Canada. Your temperatures do tend to be lower than ours. So, yeah, I know there's meant to be a bit of a bad storm in the area over there. So, as I said before, I hope everyone is staying safe. I hope everyone is staying warm. There's obviously lots of bugs and stuff around, lots of flus and, just ask James, fevers and whatnot. So, yeah, it's not a great time at the moment. But stay safe, and hopefully we can have a good night tonight where we get our teeth into Saturday night's main event. If you are just joining us, we have got 3 minutes to go, and then we will be live with Saturday night's main event. We've been live for nearly 3 hours. it probably feels longer to you. It feels shorter to me than that. But yeah, we've already done a breakdown. There's 4 matches tonight. Cody against Jacob. I think that's hard to book. Both of these guys need protecting. Cody is a big star, shifts a lot of merch. He's going to be in major matches at WrestleMania. Can he take a loss here? Well, he can, but it would be a hell of a statement. I don't think we can make out that this would not be, eye-opening. It would be a big, big thing if he was to lose to Jacob tonight. If he does, I think my brain goes, it'll be shenanigans. But I don't know, man. I think I'm leaning Cody, but I think the way he wins is going to be very interesting. I think they really want to tease that potentially he was the one that attacked Jacob. I think that they're leaning into that. I think Cody wins by shenanigans, some sort of grey area where Cody can be like, no, that's not what happened. I did this, like maybe, exposed turnbuckle, Jacob accidentally goes into it. Cody has an option of, do I pin him and capitalize? Do I not? And of course he's going to pin him. They're in a match. They're competing. Is Cody wrong to do that? I mean, what's the alternative? Like, we just called the match off. So Cody's going to be like, listen, we were fighting. The turnbuckle became unexposed. Like, you went into it, but you would have done the same to me, Jacob. So it's like this grey area. That's kind of where I see that match going. Cody wins, but there's this grey area reason for it. And there's a few different things you could do with that. An exposed turnbuckle is, just one. Sami, I feel pretty good about him winning going forward next week. But I did like that theory that was laid out earlier. I think, was it Delwyn talking about how it could be that Drew costs Sami. And we actually set up more of a long-term story there. AJ winning gives him momentum for next week, but Shinsuke has a chance. And yeah, I think Champ's retaining. Rio. I wouldn't go with Roxanne, Liv. I think Rio, stick with them for a little bit longer. I think they've got a match coming up with Julia and Kiana anyway. So they're heels. So it makes more sense for them to take on a face team. So yeah, I'm leaning towards it being Champs retain. Only 4 matches tonight. Show should be about 2 hours, and you can watch it on Peacock internationally. It is on WWE YouTube channel, so that's where you need to go to watch it if you want to tune in to the show, and it will be live in a moment. JJ in Shadow, shout out to you, firing in some gifted memberships. Really appreciate that, my friends. We do 3 streams, and we do like chats about wrestling. We do videos where you can send in your thoughts, and you can be on the channel, and there's loads of stuff we do over there. So appreciate the support, my friends. Okay, here we go. Screen is gone to black, and we have now got the then, now, forever, together, forever, together. Let's go. Saturday night's main event. Nick said it's -5 in Ohio. Love the streams. Keep it up. Nick, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Shout out to Ohio. Let's end the poll because it's a little bit in the way. And we've had nearly 4,000 responses. You lot think it's Randy that's going to get the job done tonight. We're starting off with Stephanie McMahon. Where's Joe? Yeah. Oh, he's stuck in an airport. She's having to go solo. She's having to go solo, Sokoa. So Stephanie is opening the show on her own. Joe is stuck in an airport. Look at that. -7 outside in Montreal. This is summer for Canada. Stephanie's here going, oh my God, it's so... In Canada, they're out in their bikinis. They're loving it. They're like, oh my God, they're getting a tan. They said it's -7, but it feels like -13. Why is she doing the "Are you ready"? That's not her thing. Oh, she did it in French. She did it in Francais. So there we go. Stephanie hosts alone and says that Joe is stuck at an airport. Connor said, do we think that Finn should have another title shot? Yes. Or do we think that he could return as the Demon? No, I think he should get another title shot. I don't know when that'll be. I don't think it's this side of Mania, but I think he should have another title run. I would really love to see him get another opportunity. Her husband is her entire personality, said David. Are you ready, says excellent adventure. So Joe is stuck. I hope the seats are comfortable, said Dean. Stephanie Sokoa, let's go. She has gone full-blown solo. Her finishing move is the McMahon Spike. JB said thousands of fans were able to show up, but Joe got stuck in an airport. Man's getting fired. Yeah, it's true. All these people made it. Although, in all fairness, I believe he was last night doing the boxing, the Zuffa boxing stuff. That's TKO's new boxing venture, isn't it? I saw they streamed that actually on the WWE YouTube channel. I'm not sure. I think it aired at the same time as SmackDown because Nick Khan was at the boxing, and because he's part of that as well. And he was in the front row and he had SmackDown on the screen in front of him. So he was watching the boxing, and then he could look down. There was a TV screen showing him what was happening on SmackDown. So Nick Khan was like, he was having to do what I used to have to do on a Wednesday when it was AEW and NXT at the same time. And you have to the only difference was he was actually at one of the events. But they did have a screen there for him. So he could watch both. So there we go. Multitasking. People say guys can't multitask. Okay, here we go. We are seeing shots of the crowds. And there are the 4 people in our main event tonight. There is Trick Williams with his lemon pepper steppers. There's AJ and Shinsuke. That should be a banger, shouldn't it? That should be a banger. There's the ladies. Liv looks at the camera. That was kind of fun. So Io and Rhea were ignoring the camera, but Liv had a coffee and she went. There's Cody, look. He's having a think. There is Jacob. Is Jacob going to come straight out to the ring? I'm locked in. I'm tapped in. Yeah, man, I think we're going straight into it. Cody, I'm going to beat your ass. You know what I mean? Here we go. This is a tough one, man. They love putting Cody Rhodes in tough situations. The booking of Cody needs to be studied in the future. Once again, he finds himself in a match where he's going up against like a babyface, a badass babyface that people really love. Guys, I mean, look. I know there's people out there that struggle with Cody, but you do see, don't you? You do see. Cody should be going up against heels that we hate. Like, wrestling's really easy. You have a heel, you have a face. We get behind the face. We all hate the heel. It's kind of what wrestling's built on. I don't know what it is with Cody. We just seem like we cannot do that. We're allergic to doing that. We've put him in there with Drew that people loved. Drew McIntyre that everyone's like, oh man, he keeps getting screwed. He deserves the title. We put him in there with Drew. And everyone was like, oh man, Drew deserves this belt. We put him in there now with Jacob. Jacob! Why don't we just put him in there with Oba? We'll put him in there with Oba, shall we? Oba's the next person that everyone's like really excited about. Jesus Christ. I don't know what this is going to mean for the crowd reaction. What I do know is Cody just needs to get in there with some heels that people hate so that he can just get some support, get some momentum. I think it's a tough ask, honestly. I think this is a tough ask. We're listening out for the reaction. There are big cheers for Cody, but you could sense some boos as well when that first hit. It's going to be more interesting when I bet even he was not sure of the reaction he was going to get. He's come out with the mask on. Here's Cody. He looks out at the fans. He puts that skull mask down. Okay, we got the woe. We got the woe. Duran said it's -5 in Maine. Okay. David said, have Cody come out in a Leafs jersey. It'd be an auto heel. I've never really thought about that, but I bet they do hate the Toronto Maple Leafs in Montreal. Okay, the American Nightmare. The weight belt is handed over. She didn't want it. He went over to a kid and she was like, God, nothing's working. He's trying to give the weight belt to a kid and the kid's like, I think he's talking to you. You had to give it to the mom instead. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jacob attacks Cody. We're underway. Look, he's still got his jacket on. Oh, my God. Bang. Fatu. Driving Cody back in the car. Oh, Cody accidentally knocking the ref down. Well, we got shenanigans straight out the gate here. Cody was trying to get his jacket off. The ref goes down. We got another ref coming down. Oh, Jesus. Big boot coming in. Going over. Top rope to the outside. Jacob goes down. Cody against the ropes. Suicide dive. Big shot. This thing might not even get going, you know. This might not get going. We've only got 4 matches, though. Look at this. We got security guards. Oh, bangs. He goes down. Jacob's murking everyone right now. So Jacob jumping Cody straight out of the gate. Jacob to the outsides. He's going up. Oh, I didn't know where. I had no idea where he was going then. Jacob. It's a bit like bowling. We knocked down half the pins, but all of them fell over. There was a little bit of like, I don't think that went quite right, but I'll just fall down anyway. Well, I don't even know what this is. This doesn't appear to be a match. It's a brawl instead. Jacob going into the railing. Shot coming in there by Cody. Cody and Jacob brawling in front of Jesus. Cody going back to the ring. Perhaps they're going to let them work now. Perhaps they're going to let them wrestle. Jacob getting thrown in the ring. Cody getting in there as well. Cody's jacket is still in there. Cody clothesline. Don't knock him back out. It just took ages to get him in the ring. Cody against the ropes. Suicide dive. Bang! This is just a brawl. It's a fight. It's chaos. It's carnage. I'll tell you what it is. It's Saturday night's main event. That's what it is. David said the match is going to get cancelled until Sunday Night Heat. Well, I mean, it's interesting booking. It's a clothesline by Cody. We're going into the crowd right now. Cody is jumping out into the crowd. Shots coming in. So we've sort of replaced the match with a brawl. We're just having fun. And I'm not down on that. We said the booking of this was going to be difficult. So they've decided to swerve the problem by just not having the match. Oh, into the railing goes Cody. Cody throwing in a shot. Shot coming in. It's a fun feud, actually. It's a fun brawl. Another big shot there by Cody. Over in the crowd, people are on their phones. Cody going over the other side. We need JR for this. Good God almighty. He's got a family, damn it. Yeah, we do need JR. But maybe not the current version of JR. Ah, big back body drop there by Fatu. You know what I mean? Cody trying to get back up to his feet. I don't know where Fatu is. He's pushing people around. He's picking up Cody. Slams him down on the concrete floor. He looks over at the fans. Fans are cheering. In a situation like this where no rules apply, this heavily favors Jacob Fatu. Cody showing some balls here tonight, says Michael Cole. I have not seen that. I don't know what Michael's watching. I think he's got something else on his screen. I have not seen Cody's balls. Shot coming in there by Cody. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Jamie, shout out to you, my friend. It's a slobber knocker, says Full Clip. It is true. They are knocking their slobbers. We're in the fans now, like literally in the crowd. And like going up the steps. It's very reminiscent, actually, of when it was Cody Drew and they went in the stands. They're really high up in the crowd here. So how long are we into this? We're 14 minutes in. I mean, I'm not against this. It's probably the most fun thing they could have done. It's not going to resolve anything. But to be honest, I don't think any of us were expecting that this is where this was going to get resolved anyway. Over against the wall. They've climbed up those steps. Cody is looking open mouth, pretty shattered. Oh, I love it when we go to the concession area. We're in the concession area now. Boom! Trash can! Down go a load of people. Oh, and again. Noble having a word, telling him to stop. Jesus Christ, we found the most devastating weapon in all of wrestling, a flipping plastic recycle bin. Just keep chucking that. That table looks like it doesn't belong, does it? Someone's definitely going through that. Oh, there we go. Bang! Through the table! When you've got a table and there's next to nothing on it and it just happens to be there, you kind of go, okay. Jacob, shot coming in by Cody. Look at these people. Look at these people that are serving. They can't believe it. There was a guy that was behind that concession stand there. He was like, we're going back out into the arena. Recycle those guards, said Mr. B. Like, yeah. We should start a recycle chant. Recycle, recycle, recycle. Let's go. We've gone green. We're in the stands at the moment still. Making our way back down to the ring. All you can see is people with their phones. No one lives in the moment anymore. No one lives in the moment, and that is very sad. Cody, Cody, Cody. I don't know if I would do that, you know. Would I have my phone out? I don't think I would. I mean, this is being recorded. It's on TV anyway, you know. What are you going to do with your shizzy little video? There's going to be 1 million of them anyway on social media. Ah, he just had Cody in the railings. Kick coming in there by Jacob. Fun way to start the show. This is just sheer chaos. It is chaos. It is chaos. It is chaos. Full-blown chaos. Headbutt. Boom. Official goes down. We're on I don't know what we're on. Is that the... I don't know what that is. It's some sort of box that just happened to be there. A security guard gets thrown on a load of security guards. Shot there by Cody. Headbutt there by Jacob. Oh, is that Drew? Drew? Drew gets involved. Why is Drew getting involved? Drew McIntyre getting involved and getting booed? Loud boos for Drew, but I don't know why he's getting involved in this. I mean, powerbomb! Boom! Why is he getting involved? He's already got the belt. I don't really understand why he's felt the need to kind of get involved in this match, but he has. And he's just powerbombed Cody through, I think, what looked to be a bit of a table in, like, the technical area. We're in the technical area. So it seems like the winner out of Cody and Jacob is Drew. And all Drew's done is he's just kind of kept himself in Cody's orbit, when I really thought he would have just moved away. Well, there we go. Jacob's down. So he got hurled down. Low blow. And then, of course, the power bomb. Here's a replay of that power bomb. Boom. So, yeah, this opening contest is not really a contest. It's a really fun brawl that Drew McIntyre felt like he needed to get involved in. I did wonder if he was about to say a few words, but it doesn't look like he is. Is he? Oh, maybe he is. He's getting in the ring. He doesn't have a microphone, though. Oh, love that sign. The guy behind me can't see. Classic. Classic. What a mess, says Michael Cole. There's Jacob still down. Why haven't we got medical... They need medical attention. Shouldn't we have, like, medics on them? Wow, there we go. Flipping hell. That's how you start a show. That is definitely how you start a show. That segment cooked, said Flamefur. It was fun, wasn't it? I mean, it was fun. You didn't know where it was going. I didn't know where it was going. I enjoyed it. It's not what I was expecting. I'm not really sure it's what anyone was expecting. Like a big sort of weird brawl type thing. We've gone to commercial break. So we've gone to commercial break. There's no match to score. There's no match to review. It was fun. I think people are going to be kind of in agreement with that. They took everyone out, probably the medics as well. That's true. I don't think there's, I mean, short of Stephanie McMahon and the commentators, I think pretty much everyone got murked. You're right. I liked it, said King Yeti. Connor said, do you think we might get a triple threat with Drew, Cody, Jacob? Well, it definitely feels like that is a direction that we could definitely be heading in, yes. I mean, I know I'm repeating myself a little bit here. I don't really get, and I'm going to need Drew to explain why he felt that he needed to get involved in this, because he won the belt, and it felt like now there was an opportunity for him to move away from Cody and go in a different direction. Obviously, we know the main event winner will face Drew next week. So why did Drew feel the need to get back involved here and get back into this situation? I mean, all he's gone and done is just kept himself in Cody's orbit, and I don't really understand why he decided to do that. So that's just a question I've got that can be answered. But fun, yeah. Seven Dude said, the last year has been boring. WWE needed this. Seven Dudes, shout out to you. Greg said, better than any Saturday night's main event opening in a long time. Penny for your thoughts. Said, I hope no one decides to rob the place because all the security guards are injured now. It's a great point. It is a great point. There is not much in the way of security. You could probably get backstage quite easily if you want to meet wrestlers and go to the locker room, whatever. Yeah, true. Good point. All the security guards have been murked. So it definitely feels like Triple Threat is on the horizon. If you are just joining us, we are at commercial break. There might be a few moans and groans about the fact that we only had 4 matches on this card and we don't even have one of them now. So that's going to mean we've only got 3 actual matches, which probably is lacking for a show, but I don't know. I mean, look, you've seen what I've seen. People are really into that as a start. I think people are into the fun that was generated from that. We fought all around the arena. I think it's going to be well received. The show is going to end with the 3 of them brawling, said Eddie. Riley said a Hall of Fame induction could be announced tonight. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, it'd be nice to get another name in the Hall of Fame for this year. Cody has said that he's in the Rumble. Has Fatu said anything about the Rumble? I've not heard him say anything about the Rumble yet, no. I would imagine that he will be in the Rumble, though. He probably wanted to hurt Cody so that he can't get the rematch, said Full Clip. Yeah, but I'm surely he's watched enough wrestling to know that that doesn't work. I mean, surely he knows that one power bomb to Cody ain't gonna. Oh, this is the Attitude Era video package. I feel like if he's gonna say that his goal was to wipe Cody out, then I personally needed him to do a lot more than what he just did. "2K, the Monday Night War edition." That's a new edition, isn't it? Attitude Era edition. Monday Night War edition. Aren't they sort of the same thing? Monday Night War and Attitude Era are like the same thing. Okay, well, that's an announcement. We always look for talking points. We just got one. Sign in the crowd, said Cody for Prez. David said Drew stripped of the title winner in a 4-way and we get a new champ. That would be wild. That would be bold. It would be controversial as well because there's lots of people that like the fact that Drew won that belt. So for WWE to strip him of it, even for this reason, I think you would see a backlash to that. It's an option. I don't think it's the option they take. I agree. I think he wanted to inflict more pain. He wanted to put more distance between him and Cody. But being a wrestling fan for a long time, you got to really break bones You know, you've got to really do some stuff to wipe someone out. A low blow and then a power bomb to a table on the outside. I mean, that ain't taking Cody out of WrestleMania season. To be honest, I don't even know what Cody lands on, you know? I mean, looking at the replay, I literally have no idea. Oh, here we are. Look, we're backstage with Drew. We might get some word here. What you just did deserves an explanation. That was a statement. It was a statement. It was a statement. That's why he did it. To the roster. Come near me, that's what will happen to you. Here's EO. She's the best of us. She is literally the best of us. This is my brutality! Daze, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last Saturday night's main event, Cody opened the show with Oba, and that was also a banger. Yep. There was a bit of frustration because didn't Drew get involved in that as well? Hence ruining it. Oh my God, we should have seen this coming. There's a pattern. Cody opens the show, Drew ruins it. You're right. I'm an idiot for not seeing that. King Yeti! Oh my God, King Yeti. Thank you, my friends. Honestly, I so appreciate it. I know King Yeti like always puts in like gifted memberships and whatnot, but it really is so appreciated. And we're making big moves towards that new chair. I'm so excited. It got reduced. So King Yeti, like I've always said, it will go back into the channel, and I really appreciate it, but I really do. And I'm sure all these people appreciate it as well. We are doing member streams. We do 3 a week. And we do loads of different things on there. So make sure you join us. We'll be live on Tuesday for our next one, which is... It's what we tend to do on a Tuesday stream. It's my favorite one. It's where we sit down and we talk, and I just go through your comments. Bang, bang. I work my way down through them. So if you are someone that joins us on a regular basis and you're a bit frustrated that we don't really talk about the topics that you want to talk about, and we don't really talk about the theories that you want to talk about or whatever, because I just never get to your comments. Firstly, I'm sorry. It's not personal. Second of all, that is kind of what Tuesday's about. It gives people the space for us to get to their comments and get to their thoughts and theories. And we've had some really good conversations. So, yeah, we do that. And then there's Wrestle Feud on Wednesday, which is like a game show thing where we bring some members on and we do a quiz. We'll be doing that Wednesday, actually. And then, of course, we got our championship game, hence what all this is about down here. We do that on a Thursday, so... some good stuff coming up. So, King Yeti, thank you, my friend. Allowing 20 people to experience that side of the channel. Here's Roxanne. We just got entrances at the moment, so it is going to be our next match. It's the women's tag match. Liv and Roxanne versus Rio. Bang. So, Liv and Roxanne versus Rio. This is going to be our next match. It's going to be our first match. And it is for the women's tag team titles. David said, we need the Mountie to calm all of that down. Yeah, well, we had Chelsea dressed as the Mountie. So, she could have done a job, maybe. I don't really see her as a peacemaker, though, to be honest. So, I'm not sure she would have done a great job. Greg Vlogs, Grog Vlogs, shout out to you, my friends. Grog Vlogs said, I'm finally here to watch a show with all of you guys. I truly missed it. I've not watched WWE for about 3 weeks now, which is big for me. I've just been really busy. Well, Grog Vlogs, welcome back, my friends. I think this is... It's not the biggest Saturday night's main event, but I do think this is a Saturday night's main event that... you know, is going to set up the road to WrestleMania. We've just seen that, actually, with that first battle. Drew staying in Cody's orbit. Jacob, Drew, Cody. I mean, clearly that's a direction for WrestleMania. We know our main event is going to set up the championship match for the Royal Rumble next weekend. Of course, we'll be here doing the Rumble next weekend. And we're going to figure out who's going to be the women's tag champs right now. We've got that match coming up. And then we do have another match, which I would imagine is the next match, which is going to be AJ against Shinsuke. And that actually is going to be different, because that one is about AJ wrapping his career up. We don't know if that ends next weekend. There is a good chance that it could be next weekend. I think there's a good chance it gets past next weekend. But yeah, I think this is going to be the last time that AJ and Shinsuke share a ring together. I wouldn't imagine we would do another AJ Shinsuke match after this. So I think this could have been billed as the final time. And yeah, well, I mean, if you think about the battles they've had over the years, that is going to be something quite special. I would imagine that the responsibility for a banger probably is resting on AJ and Shinsuke's shoulders. I think this will be fun, but I don't know that this is going to be like, you know, 4.5 stars or something crazy. Main event is going to have a lot of moving parts, but it's, you know, also potentially going to be messy. It's a fatal 4-way. It's going to be a lot of spots in there. You know, the only singles match that we're going to have tonight, now that Jacob Cody was just a brawl, is going to be Shinsuke and AJ. That match shortly next. So we're underway with match number 2. This is for the women's tag titles. So, Grog Vlogs, welcome back, my friends. Welcome back. Brody said, I can't wait for Trick to be champion. I'm delusional. No, I think he'll be champ. I think he'll be champ. He'll get the championship. I don't know when it's going to be. I'm not going to say it's this year. But he's got world champion written all over him, yeah? Against the ropes. Bang. Drop kick there by Io. She's fired up. She hasn't gone to the emote yet. Maybe a bit early. I sense she wanted to do it there. She kind of did a drop kick. Roxanne went down. She looked at the camera. This is where she would go into that. But she didn't want to drop it so early. So instead she had to be like, yeah. She sort of didn't know what to do. It felt so obvious to go. But she didn't want to do it. I think it's because that's coming later. There's Roxanne. She throws in some shots. There's a lot of posing in this. Roxanne with a few shots on Io. She takes an opportunity to pose to the camera. Io goes into the corner. Charging over. Collides in. Right now, Liv coming. Double knees. Oh, double knees to Io. And she goes down. Cover is in. Randy, appreciate it, my friend. Firing in a membership. Thank you, my friends. Randy Hayward, shout out to you. Man United Hodge said, I hope all is well, mate. Big up yourself. Man United Hodge, shout out to you. Good luck to the team tomorrow as they get ready to take on Arsenal. Nice suplex. We've got one amigo, 2 amigos. Are we going to get a 3rd amigo? Yes! 3 amigos into the shimmy. Yes. Bang. And a big kick. Io goes down. 1, 2. No, not enough. Not enough. Got to do a little bit more work first. Liv with a 3 on Io. Saturday night's main event logo in the middle of the ring. They do love putting stuff on the ring canvas. Look at that kick. Blimey now. They just showed a replay of it. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. Joe said, just get this damn chair already, Joe. Thank you. I promise you, we are so close. And I promise you, I am going to be shutting up about it very, very soon. It's a lot of money, honestly. I know we've been talking about it a long time, but it's like over £1,000, but it has now just been reduced. I'm so excited. Joe with a very, very kind donation, firing in $49.99. Thank you, my friends. Don't forget as well, though, I know it looks like all this money coming in, but YouTube take 50% of all the super chats and everything. And then the UK government take 20-odd%. So that's why it takes a while. Gotta pay the man. Not Becky. Maybe Becky. Stomp coming in there by EO. So, Joe, I really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Rhea on the outsides. We got Roxanne trying to get over, trying to make the tag to Liv. Liv gets tagged in. EO trying to tag in Rhea. They're doing that sort of hot tag thing where they're making you wait for Rhea. The tag finally gets made. She gives a little wave. Steps in. These two know each other very well. Rhea and Liv going head to head right now. Kick coming into the midsection by Rhea. Looking for a fall away. Gets it. Rhea screaming out. Tell you what, big cheer by the fans. Rhea, even in this tag division, continuing to bring some serious aura. So, lovely work here by Rhea. Hot tag working very, very well. Right now, looking for a riptide. Liv going up, lands on her feet. Double knees, gets caught. Rhea chucks her down her feet. Kick coming in. Rhea looking to powerbomb. Liv got her up. Rhea looking for no joy. Tag being made. Roxanne is coming over. Bang. Rhea hurling her in the ring. Headbutt there by Rhea. Liv goes down. Rhea in the corner. Lots of moving parts. Oh, love that by Roxanne. Love that by Roxanne. She screams out and just starts like... That was kind of good. I've not seen her do that before. I think you could make some out of that, you know. Where she's just like... Mommy chants. Mommy chants is what we've got breaking out right now. Tag being made. In comes Liv. Goes over the other side. It's a good match. Liv's climbing up, but over the other side. Take over. Rhea, middle of the ring. Double knees off the top. By Liv. Suicide dive. Could we get new champs? 2. Kick out by Mommy. Kick out by Mommy. Mommy kicked out. Claire, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you, my friend. Firing in 10 Wrestling Daze memberships. So another 10 people benefiting from the generosity of the community. And as I said, come and join us on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday. Awesome. So Claire, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate it. Such amazing generosity from people. Oh my God. Did you see that kick by Rhea? She was kind of down and then she like flipping pops up and bang. Boots Liv in the face. Liv is on the shoulders of Rhea. EO is climbing up. Liv goes down. EO off the top. Bang! Big drop kick. Liv goes down. She's trying to roll her over. 1, 2. Oh, my God. Roxanne just managed to get past Rhea there. She just managed to get past. Shot coming in by Roxanne. Roxanne. Whoa, around the houses. Oh, my God. Rhea just got absolutely spiked
Like, actually, I reckon you could pause that and she would be legitimate upside down on her head. I reckon you could get a sick freeze frame screenshot of that, you know. She was legitimately upside down, standing on her head. EO charging over, double knees. Liv moves out the way. Pace of this is really quick, absolutely non-stop action. Oh, that's a lovely takedown. She's done that before, Liv, and it looks great. Kick out by EO. It's a very unique move. A spinning crucifix type bomb is what we had. Shots coming in by Liv. She did the thing. This match has been better than I thought, said Wrestling Fan. This has been enjoyable, said Tom. I wonder if Liv's going to turn tonight. Right now, it has been really fun. I completely agree. Liv in the corner. Yeah, EO did the thing, did the emote. We've got these teams surely getting to the conclusion. They've been going at such a pace. Ooh, a little bit sloppy, but that was okay. That was okay. Big boot coming in. EO is going up. Looking for a moonsault. Ah, legs up. Legs up. Pop rocks. Pot 1, 2. Oh, referee. Jesus Christ, referee. I don't know, man. I reckon if that ref wanted to count the 3, he could have counted it. I don't know, man. They're saying photo finish. I'm saying shenanigans. I'm saying shenanigans. Rhea, kick coming into the midsection. That timing was off. Headbutt there by Rhea. Rhea looking for riptides. Going up. EO just overshot it. 1, 2. Raquel? Raquel gets involved. Well, this is interesting. Raquel gets involved just as Rio were about to win. Through the ropes goes EO, gets caught there by Raquel. Bang, powerbomb on the outsides. They're making Raquel look like a monster here. Back in the ring. That's going to bring out Stephanie. So Stephanie is making her way down. She grabs a hold of Raquel, drives her into the ring. God, there's so many shenanigans. We've got all the shenanigans. All the shenanigans. So right now, Stephanie going after Raquel. We know that injury to Stephanie was not a big deal. She'd been back, seen pictured training throughout the week. Yeah, so Stephanie is back. She had been removed from that European tour. But this match is going to continue, so the odds are back to even. So many shenanigans. 1, 2. Roxanne almost getting it. She put her arm on EO. EO just got the shoulder up. People are on their feet. There's lots of enjoyment of this. Liv is screaming out to Roxanne. Looking for Oblivion. Tag made. Boot there by Rhea. Rhea with the riptides. Bang. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Rhea and EO get the victory. David said, the ref can't count to 3. There's too much poutine. Yeah, that's unfortunate, that moment. Dub Match said Flame Fists. Okay, Rio retain. Powerbomb. I mean, we didn't get wrestling in the first, so they put lots of wrestling in this one. Stephanie coming back is obviously a massive talking point as well. The ending was just a bit weird timing-wise, said Phoenix. It was an above-average match, said Iron Sentinel. Well, do you know, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they went for it and they went a million miles an hour, and I think that there's lots to praise, and I think that a great rating is very deserving. This is the kind of match that I could see getting, like, crazy praise, because it was bonkers. There was loads of stuff that happened, and I could understand people, like, really loving it. Like, some people might even go, it's a match of the year candidate and all this kind of stuff, right? There will be those that kind of go to those lengths. It's not that for me. I think the 3 count moment is a little bit of a shame, because it really feels like the ref, I mean, if we slow it down and watch, I'm pretty sure he's hitting that 3 before Rhea makes the save, if he was to really do it and really go for it. So I think that was a little bit of a shame. There was a couple of moves that were just a touch out, a touch off. But when you're doing so much, you got to expect that. But for me, yeah, I think there's like some shenanigans with Raquel and Stephanie, and I feel like it was a match that sort of, I was ready for it to end a good few minutes before it did as well. It's a match that kind of just outstays its welcome a touch. So it's a difficult one. I think it's well worthy of a great score, but I think if it was to get an all-time score or something like that, I'd be like, nah, I'm struggling with that. I did not just see an all-time match. I saw a very enjoyable match, a match that deserves applause, and well done, everyone. But a match where I can go, yeah, there's a couple of bits in there that just didn't quite land for me. Not bad. I mean, nothing terrible. It's a really enjoyable match. I think you'll see a bit of a mixture response-wise. I think you'll see some people seeing it maybe the way we have just said it, and you'll see some people like, oh my God, that's one of the best women's tag matches I've seen in flipping years. I think you'll see all those kind of reactions. But there's a way of getting your thoughts across, and that is by jumping into our chat. What did you think about it? Did you like it? Do you think it's all time? Do you think it was just good? It wasn't that special. Or do you think it was great? That was great. Okay, AJ, Shinsuke coming up. We're going to leave that poll running for a while so we can get a really good amount of responses, and we can really, figure out what people are thinking. I want to get really good feedback on that. I'd be really interested to know what the community thought of it. Let's get a really good response. Okay, we just got an advert for the Royal Rumble right now. Edward, hello. Daze, how are things? Would you be up for sponsoring my fight in March? I would put the channel's logos on my shorts and whatnot. Send it over as an email, buds. Send all the details and whatnot over as an email. Two Brokes pay attention, Dead Days. I think you're right. I think AJ will make it all the way through to Mania. They can use him for the Rumble and the Chamber. He probably wins against Gunther with shenanigans. Yeah, I think I'd be really careful with the booking of that, because I think, and we spoke about this the other day, I think Gunther, we're at commercial break. I think Gunther is in a weird place where he's not lost,
to anyone outside of a championship match. So for me, it's a situation where he is... I think that's a great stat. And that's a stat I'd want to protect. I'm sure at Saturday night's main event, they said outside of championship matches, he is 32-0 on the main roster. I mean, most of the time he's champ. You know, he had the longest running Intercontinental Championship reign. So I know that record doesn't seem that big. But he's been champ so often that actually his non-champ record is, or was, 32-0. So do we want to throw that away next week? I know it's in a way, it's a bit like streak versus career. In a way, it's Gunther's undefeated record in non-title matches, which is not... Some people might be like, who cares about that record? But it is definitely something. It's definitely something that you can grow. And so I don't know that I'd want to throw that away. But equally, if AJ loses, he's got to retire. I think for me, there's two paths to go down. We either do a draw, time limit draw, which people are not going to like. But if you do a 20-minute time limit draw, then Gunther remains undefeated and AJ does not have to retire. So, and, you know, them two wrestling for 20 minutes would be a banger. So you could go that way. You could do a double count out, right? You could do where it's a no contest. Maybe outside interference, referee says no contest. So there are ways of doing a finish, which is going to be screwy, which is going to keep Gunther's record and mean that AJ doesn't have to retire. The other thing you could do is you could have AJ win, but I don't know, I like that record. You could have Gunther win. You could have Gunther win. You could have everyone shocked. You could have AJ devastated. And then you could have AJ sort of walk away, do something in TNA, but find a way of bringing him back for one more at WrestleMania. I mean, the person that can bring him back would be Gunther. You know, if there was something in that match where Gunther wins, but people are like, you didn't really beat him, then it could be that you make a thing of that, and Gunther's like, I want to finish this once and for all. People are saying I didn't really beat you at the Royal Rumble, and I need them to know that I did. So for one more time, let's run it back. And AJ can be like, but I lost. I've had to retire. Is like, well, I want to face you one last time. And you could go that road or something like along those lines. It's hard to go that road though. I suppose the example I would give you is WrestleMania 7, where we did Ultimate Warrior against the Macho Man. Ultimate Warrior won, and that was it for Macho Man. That was a retirement match. He steps away, and it was only when Jake the Snake started to attack Macho Man, actually, you know, appeared at the wedding, interrupted the wedding reception to Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. You might remember the snake biting Macho Man. You know, Macho was not an active superstar at that time. He had lost at WrestleMania 7 and he had to retire. But because of the actions of Jake the Snake, Macho Man got reinstated. So we have done it before where people have had retirement matches and then we have brought them back. You could do that for AJ, where he loses, goes and has a match in TNA, and then someone goes after him and, you know, he gets reinstated for one more match at WrestleMania. So there are options next weekend. There are many paths that we can go down next weekend. I just don't know which one it is they're going to choose, to be honest with you. I don't know which one. I mean, for me personally, I like the time limit draw. I like the no contest situation. It protects Gunther's records. It means AJ doesn't have to retire. I think that's the cleanest way forwards. But tonight, I think AJ wins. Okay, AJ is got a mask on. He looks very good.
Okay, he's making his way down to the ring. Really want now. -7 in Montreal, but it feels like -13. Right, let's get to a few comments, shall we? Logan said, Daze, Seth Rollins is in Taiwan. He's watching a man climb one of the tallest buildings in the world with no rope or safety net. Really? That's random. Okay. To each their own. This should be a banger, said Flame Fist. They don't want any, said Lone Star Friend. Excellent Adventure said Nakamura's OG theme is coming up. The Bullet Club mask. People are excited. I think you're going to get a lot of callbacks as we engage on this little final run. I am guessing AJ Shinsuke will be our only clean finish, said Davids. There's maybe a chance of that, yeah. Although because Drew has interrupted already, I don't know that I see him interrupting again in our main event. Okay, here we go. Here's Shinsuke. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, God. This is someone else that we've just not... It's so hard, isn't it? Because we sit here and we're like, man, Tommaso deserved better. Sami deserves more. Shinsuke deserves more. LA Knight deserves more. Like, you go down the list of all the people, and it's like, but you can't give everyone more. If you give everyone more, you have to give other people less. But no, come on. He should have been a world champ, shouldn't he? Look at him. Look at this entrance. This guy. I mean, I don't know what's gone on with him behind the scenes. I don't know if he's had some injuries throughout his time or if just genuinely we just have not found creative for him. But Jesus Christ. I mean, not only does he know what catering looks like, I'd imagine by this point he's got a job there. Ba-ba-ba-bum, bum-bum. This might be a friendly reminder of just how sick this guy is. A timely reminder. He was one of the greats of New Japan as well at the time. And AJ, taking it in, man. You know this is special for AJ. First time these two met in a wrestling ring was all the way back in 2008. Bullet Club getting a mention. This is going banging it. The fact that Shinsuke was never a world champion in WWE is criminal, said Davids. He's my pick to win the Rumble next week and win whichever title he goes after at WrestleMania. Simply Simon said, holy shiz. I have missed Shinsuke so much. It's going to be flipping amazing. But AJ for the win. Let's go. Okay, we got AJ Styles chants. Obviously, a lot of love. A lot of love for AJ. A lot of love for Shinsuke as well, though. Make no mistake about it. Okay, we have done with hour one. We are now moving into hour two. Nice headlock takeover there by Shinsuke. Yeah, keeping AJ Styles down. This low-key does feel like a bit of a retirement tour for AJ, said Phoenix. Well, it is. I mean, even if it doesn't end at Rumble, it's going to end soon. It's going to end. I mean, maybe it ends at WrestleMania. Maybe he can get past Mania. I don't know. Some people don't even think he's getting past next weekend, but very much enjoy him whilst you've got him. Headlock there by Shinsuke. Okay, I'm going to end the poll now because we've had over 400 votes and I don't want to get confused. So, tag match. Yeah, I think that's a very fair score. Great 69 is what it came out as. I'd say it's the perfect score. Great 69. I see what you've done there. I see like that. If something's going to sum this community up, I think it's that match score right there. Shinsuke, middle of the ring, gets pushed back. Oh, hello. Yeah. Bullet. Fired over in Shinsuke's direction. He grabs it. Gamma! Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Drop kick there by AJ. Shinsuke goes down. The phenomenal one, putting his arms out. Shinsuke says, come on. That is what happens. Oh. Backbreaker there by AJ. AJ's contract expires at the Rumble, and he says he's not going to re-sign, so he's gone, says Robert. Well, Robert, let's see. Let's see. I just find it hard to believe that he wraps it up in Saudi Arabia at a Royal Rumble show. Shots coming in there by Shinsuke. Not when an extension to get through to WrestleMania would be so easy to do. AJ over the top to the outsides. The mask needs to be a new Mattel figure, says Randy. Iron Sentinel said AJ will probably come out to read the attendance, wipe his hands clean until Hall of Fame. Brony said, crazy. I don't get why they put the title on Jinder. They knew that they had some good supporters in India and they were trying to cater to it. Yeah. Jinder came out and said that wasn't the reason, but it was the reason. It was the reason. Come on. Shinsuke charging in. Bang. Big knee to the midsection. So, people just pointing out that Shinsuke is sort of wearing retro gear tonight. Which, to be honest, I hadn't really thought about. But this is the gear that he wore when he first arrived. Obviously, we know it has kind of changed in more recent times. Knee coming in there by Shinsuke. And again. Daze, we need to pray for Sami to win the title, says Sean. Oh, I don't even think the big man upstairs can help us with that one, but there's some things in these world that are even beyond God's control. And I think Sami Zayn winning a world title is one of them. Okay, right now we've got AJ getting back up to his feet. He's being driven back to the corner. I'm sat here going, I haven't done something. I haven't done something. It was this. It was this. This is what I had not done. Your tribal chief said HBK last match was in Saudi. Yeah, but he didn't want to do it, did he? He didn't want to do it. They had to really try and convince him to do it, to come out and do it. And he even says he doesn't class it as being canon now. In his mind, it's not his last match. But his last match was done at WrestleMania against Undertaker, and he was dumb. But Undertaker, Kane, Triple H, they all sort of got around him, pleaded with him. So there's a big difference there. It's not like he'd been away for a little while when he came back to do that. And he only came back to do that because that Saudi relationship was so important that they, at the time when they were starting it, they wanted to just, you know, throw as much in as they could. This is why we were getting such bonkers matches, like DX against Brothers of Destruction. That's why it was so bonkers. So, you know, his career was kind of done, and then he came back to do that match after being pressured. I think we're in a very different situation with AJ Styles. You know, this is very close to WrestleMania, as we said. I mean, look, I keep saying the same thing. I'm going round in circles. It can end next weekend. As people have said, rumours are his contract expires in February. He's having his last match with Gunther. Gunther would seem like a likely last final opponent. And it's all going down next weekend. So it absolutely could. But you're not going to change my mind that I don't believe it does end next weekend. Because for me, as I keep saying, and I know I'm repeating myself, I just don't see the hype going into next week that this is it. I don't believe that Saudi Arabia is the right place to end AJ's career. I mean, don't forget Shawn Michaels had his final match. He had his final farewell, his final moment at WrestleMania 26. And then years later got to come back and just have one little nonsense match, which, as I said, he doesn't even class. He doesn't even count. He's like, that wasn't a real match. That was just me messing around with my mates. So I think for me, like, WrestleMania just seems like the right place. Plus, it's hard to believe that they're not going to have him do something with TNA. Unless, as people have pointed out, he just wraps up his WWE career and then just signs with TNA. But I would imagine his final match, the very last match in his career, I would imagine WWE would want that. I don't think they would want him to leave and then go to TNA. I think they would want that last match. It's very marketable, isn't it? So if I'm WWE, I'd let him go to TNA, get, you know, have some matches, but I want his last match. Nice dragon screw there by AJ. Shinsuke down. I think AJ Gunther, it has to be a best of 3, said Phoenix. And there isn't really much for Gunther after the Rumble, because I can't see Gunther winning the Rumble. Right now, Shinsuke down, calf crusher in. Calf crusher there by AJ. Shinsuke trying to get over to the ropes. And Shinsuke grabs a hold of the ropes. AJ lets it go. Shinsuke on the outsides. I feel sorry for these two in the sense of they're obviously great rivals. They know each other well, but they've not been competing against each other. They are absolutely coming into this cold. Certainly Shinsuke is. I mean, God, we don't even see Shinsuke that often. So it's probably harsh to put too much of an expectation onto this match. It's just we know how good they are and we know what they can do. Some nice dragon screws here. AJ again going back to that calf crusher. We're bringing out the greatest hits. So another calf crusher is in. And again, working on that. I've watched every Rumble since 2000. I can honestly tell you that this is the worst Rumble build. It is very flat. A lot of people are saying that. I think this Saturday night's main event is in the way. Again, pulling back. So Shinsuke right now, in a lot of pain, you know, really feeling it. He's doing a good job of selling this calf. He's been in it ages as well. You know, it's really interesting, right? It's really interesting because a lot of people would say, like, wrestling can be boring if you put a hold on, you just have it on, right? Think about a bear hug, yeah? put a bear hug on you, squeeze, and the person's like, ah. That's the kind of thing that I think a lot of wrestling fans struggle with. Here's an example of AJ putting on a calf crusher and leaving it on for a good period of time. Shinsuke screaming out in pain, but it actually being really captivating. It actually being like, oh my God, look at this. Ah, he's going again. Shinsuke's trying to reach to the rope. And we've just had a reversal into an armbar there by Shinsuke. Crowd are just eating this up. Really enjoying it. Armbar into a triangle. We got shots coming in there by Shinsuke. He's down on his back. He's trying to choke out AJ here. This triangle is in. Referee is having a word with AJ. AJ, though. Styles clash. He's managed to get him up. Oh, that would have been a really good transition. They should have done that. That should have been the finish. Ah! Shinsuke charged over. Boom! Big knee. Shinsuke down. That was good. There was some lovely little sit. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, right on the chin. Just tucked under it. Bang. That was nice. I really like the triangle. But what? So AJ was in that triangle. He stands up, and by standing up, it just automatically turned into a Styles clash. But he couldn't get the Styles clash, which was a real shame. So Shinsuke down. DB said, it winds me up. Since I was a kid, I was always like, who's going to enter? Who's going to return? But there's zero surprise now since social media. I don't get it, and I miss those days. It's just a different world we live in now. I mean, when we watched wrestling, we were just left to our thoughts and the thoughts of our friends. Whereas now, every potential surprise is discussed. Every rumor is shared, and it's just, yeah, there's no hiding place from it now. I do think that really helps make those times in the 90s and 80s even more special. That's actually a part of that time period that I think really contributed to the magic of that time period, which if you go back and watch that now, you wouldn't have that. But yeah, you have to remember that at the time we didn't have social media, we didn't have spoilers, rumors, all of that stuff. All you had was your thoughts, your friends' thoughts, and that was it. 1, 2, Nakamura grabs the rope. But, I mean, what can you do? I mean, social media is set up for people to share their thoughts and opinions. And so, yeah, it doesn't really leave much room for surprise, does it? I feel like every eventuality of what could happen tends to get discussed somewhere. But you ain't putting that genie back in the bottle. AJ has got Shinsuke on his shoulders. Into a driver, drives him down. 1. Ain't gonna be enough. 2. Kick out. Awav said, this is not awesome. Crowd were into it there. Shinsuke down. AJ down. I think this match has had some nice moments. Shinsuke's knee buckling as he was going for a finish, but he couldn't quite get it. Right now, Shinsuke on his feet, round the back. Shinsuke. Some people, I mean, there's already WrestleMania saying they already think this is better than the WrestleMania 34 match they had. Ah, big knee there by AJ. I do remember that match being a little underwhelming. I just wondered what Meltzer had given it. In the ring goes Shinsuke. Oh, he gets caught. He's on the shoulders. AJ on the shoulders of Shinsuke. Oh, driven. 1, 2. Oh, I thought there was a chance there, you know, that he was going to get it. I thought there was a chance he was going to get it. Maybe AJ was going to give Shinsuke the win. I can tell you Meltzer scored it 3 3/4 that WrestleMania match from WrestleMania 34. The community rating was 6.5 out of 10. Is this better than that? I don't know. I don't know. Back elbow there by AJ. Against the ropes. Oof. Sling blade by Shinsuke is going out. I don't think this match needed quite this amount of time, but it is 2 legends. I'm not down on it. Nice Pele kick. Nice Pele kick. Okay, Shinsuke is down. AJ down. Gunther is going to interfere. He's going to low blow AJ and Shinsuke. That's an interesting comment, actually. I didn't really think about Gunther getting involved. You can bet that it's going into the deep waters next week. Okay, both of these guys on their feet. They're forehead to forehead and they're throwing in big shots at each other. Chop coming in there by AJ. Another shot coming in there. Both of these exchanging blows back and forth. Gotta tell you, man, people are loving this online. Another forearm shot there by Shinsuke. Crispy Wrestling says it's a banger. Says they're going to put it in the Saturday night's main event, Louvre. Fadeaway Media said this is a classic. I think this is fine, but it's not blowing my mind. Headbutt there by Shinsuke. AJ backs away. Shinsuke takes AJ down. Armbar again. Middle of the ring. AJ 1, 2. Shinsuke kicks out. Shinsuke kick. Nice. Catches him. AJ goes down. It's better. Both AJ, Shinsuke low blow. Flame Fist said it's 5 stars. I wish it was a bit faster paced. AJ down on his knee. Shinsuke trying with the knee. He's trying to get him in the Styles Clash. Reversed. Bang, knee. Both guys down. I mean, that was a fun sequence there. I didn't actually know if they were struggling or if it was just being reversed. But that was a nice little sequence, actually. Shinsuke managed to deliver the knee. Shinsuke pointing over at AJ. Shinsuke charges in. AJ moves out the way. Knee strike into the turnbuckle. AJ to the outside. Shot is going to go for a phenomenal forearm. Dragon screw. Phenomenal forearm. Here we go. AJ gets it. And that'll go into the clash. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. AJ gets the win. AJ picks up the victory over Shinsuke. And he has got momentum as we head into that match next week. Match is solid. I think it was better than that WrestleMania match, but not something I'll remember in maybe a month, said Elizabeth. This is the last time we'll ever see those guys in the ring together. Let's appreciate it. Clean finish, said DB. This was much better than Mania. Where are all the people in the chat that thought that Gunther was going to interfere? Daze, how long do we think the Fatal 4-Way will get? Well, I mean, it's the only match that's left, and I think this ends in 38 minutes. So it's going to have half an hour. AJ puts his fist out. Shinsuke. It's a lovely moment. These two showing respect to each other. And then just having... He just said this is going to be the final year in the career of AJ Styles. Even Michael Cole is not suggesting that it's over next weekend. This is the final year in the career of AJ Styles. Is he just giving a bit of a spoiler for next weekend with that comment? Or am I just reading too much into it? Michael, it might be over next weekend. Shouldn't you be promoting that? Michael Cole said, I was impressed with the way that AJ was able to get those cobwebs out in the early stages. Am I on my own here? I mean, I don't know. Perhaps I need to be shilling WWE more. Perhaps I'm just not doing it enough. Perhaps I need to be like, oh my God, guys! Ah! Guys! Ah! I don't know. For me, it was fine. It was solid. I enjoyed it. I got something from it. I certainly don't think it was a bad match, but when you read comments like that, you're like, really? Really? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. What an absolutely incredible match. The match that we should have had at WrestleMania. Both AJ and Shinsuke locked the F in. Psychology, throwbacks, looks, and wrestling. They're just words. What are you on about? Don't know, man. I ain't feeling it. The match is fine. I'm not down on the match, but I think people are overpraising it, to be honest with you. People are acting like this was God's gift to wrestling, and I did not just see that. That match has not made much mark on my life whatsoever. But it has got me thinking if I just have slept on a classic or something. I don't know. I don't feel like I have. But that's why I need your votes. Get your votes in. Let us know. Was that a classic? Was that a banger? Have we just seen the greatest wrestling match in the history of wrestling? Okay, outside we got Sami Zayn. So Sami was outside with the fans. We got Randy, we got Tripp, we got Damian, we got Sami. Okay. Fatal 4-Way starts right now. We've just got an advert for WrestleMania. Grogblog said it was good, but it was just a little overrated. I mean, look, I'm just really interested in the truth. I'm interested in what people like really think, and if that's your opinion, great. The opinions video for tonight, I think, is going to be really interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Okay, commercial break. We'll do the opinions video. Obviously, we'll do the breakdown video first. And then we'll do the opinions video like we do with Raw and SmackDown and all of that. Daze, are you doing Triple Eight? No, not doing anything. This is our stream tonight. We only focus on doing one thing because after this we're doing the breakdown video. So when this wraps up in about half an hour, we'll go straight into the breakdown. That'll take about half an hour. Then we'll do the opinions video. And then, to be honest with you, I've got a folder full of stuff for Unseen. I haven't been able to get to Unseen, so I've got loads there as well. So no, there's no AAA or anything like that on the agenda. Wrestle Andy said, I always think a match has to have a great build beforehand, before it even starts, for it to be all-time great in order to get that invested. I get the feeling, and I might be wrong here, but I get the feeling that the people online that are going crazy are people that have been very invested in maybe AJ's career and are very invested in New Japan and the history of him and Shinsuke. And I think the point you're making is a very valid one, where if you think back on the battles that he's had in New Japan with Shinsuke and the history and the emotion and the Bullet Club reference, you know, I mean, I look at those and I go, oh, that's cool. But I don't look at it and go, oh my God, oh man, do you know what I mean? Like, I think there are moments in that match that are going to hit people different depending on your relationship with AJ Styles. I never watched AJ in TNA, and I didn't really watch him in New Japan. I mean, the only times I would see him would be Wrestle Kingdom, because I've never been an avid New Japan viewer. So for me, my relationship with AJ is kind of based on what he's done in WWE over the last 10 years, and then just learning bits about what he did in TNA, what he did in New Japan. You know, I know he was part of Bullet Club and all of that kind of stuff. But I think that match probably hits you harder if you are a real AJ fan and you followed his career, and this stuff just carries so much more meaning, you know? So I don't think these people are lying or are exaggerating or anything. I think they're telling the truth. I just think that it's a match that is going to hit you different depending on your relationship with AJ and Shinsuke. So, yeah, probably just backing up what you've said there, you know, kind of the more build there was, the more you'd get out of the match. So the more you was into AJ's career before WWE and whatnot, then the more you will have got those moments and those references. I mean, for example, there's an image here. Let me show you. So Roman Reigns, SCN. So there in New Japan is Shinsuke and AJ doing the touching fist in New Japan. That was back in it says 2016, right? So we've got that moment, and then of course at the end of this match they do it there. So that to me is like a nice moment. It's cool. But, I mean, it doesn't... You see what I mean about how it could hit different? Oh, hello, what's this? I'm looking at some belts. Is that just an advert for WWE Shop? So, yeah, I think there's a lot of extra emotion that's kind of into this one, more so than just looking at it as a match, as a contest with moves and storytelling in the ring. I think there's a lot more weight of history that can be enjoyed. Keep getting your votes in, though, because I don't want to end this part. I really do want to get nice big sample sizes because I just really want to know what people think. And the bigger the sample size, the more accurate the reading, I think. Okay. Here's Randy making his way out. Okay, Randy Orton is making his way down to the ring. It's probably going to take a little while to get going with the match because we've got 4 entrances to get through. So this match probably going to end up with about 20 minutes, maybe. This is the kind of match that you would have expected Jey Uso to have been in, to be honest. I would have expected Jey in this. But it just shows how things have really fallen away for him. I mean, granted, he's actually a tag champ at the moment, but him going back to that tag division does feel like a bit of a demotion. Whether it should feel that way or not, that is how it feels. Okay. Randy Orton making his way down, getting into the ring. This, as we said, is going to be our main event of the evening. The Viper. Okay. Daze. What's going on? The match was a Maximum SmackDown main event worthy, but they're saying history books said Football Talk. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know me. I'm honest. I have no reason to say things that are not true in my mind. What? If I thought that match was absolutely incredible, I would say it was absolutely incredible. If I thought it was no good at all, I would say it was no good at all. I thought it was fine. I thought it had nice moments. I enjoyed the calf crusher. I enjoyed a few little moments where he tried to get the Styles Clash. It got reversed. There was some quick knee strikes coming in. You know, I don't think the crowd were like going crazy. There wasn't loads of "this is awesome" chants. I think the pace at times was a little bit slow, but you can probably forgive that because of the fact it's AJ, it's Shinsuke. They're obviously in the back end of their careers. It was fine. It was acceptable. I think, as I said, those people that are really going big on it are people that have very strong emotional connections to AJ Styles, and to them that was 2 greats going at it one last time, and there's more than just a match that's happened there for, I think, some people. I love AJ. I think he's a great talent. I love Shinsuke, but I don't know, man. That match, it just did not blow my mind. And I feel a bit bad for it, honestly. The reason we keep going back to it is because obviously people in the chat want to talk about it, but I feel a bit bad. Like, as a wrestling fan, I feel like that's a match that I should have been in love with. As a wrestling match that, you know, all the ingredients were there for me to be like, oh my God, that was so good. And all it, I don't know, it just didn't do that for me. So, that's okay. If you enjoyed it, brilliant. If you didn't, it's okay. We've got another match now. Don't worry about it. But yeah, you can get your thoughts across in the opinions video. We actually had some really good feedback for SmackDown. And actually, I'd like to make that comment again, because I think it did make a difference. But you don't need to like break down every match when you leave feedback. You don't need to say, okay, this was 7 out of 10. This was 8 out of 10. It's okay for you to go, like, I'd like to just dial in on this. I do think it was an amazing match. And I think, like, this was a callback. That was a callback. This was a callback. That was a callback. You know, the pacing was the right pace for them. It kept me engaged. It built nicely at the end. You know, for me, there's nothing here that stops it being a 5-star match. Like, if that's how you feel, then maybe you just want to dial in on that, you know? And I assure you, I think people will find that more engaging and more interesting than just first match, 7, second match, 9, third match. You get my point. You can do that if you want to. Listen, they're your comments. I'll read them out, whatever. But I think, like, if there is particularly just one thing you would rather just dig into and, like, really, you know, make a point about, then I think people will connect with that. And actually, we did see that in yesterday's SmackDown video, and I thought there was some really good comments. So, you know, did you agree with the brawl at the start of tonight? Would you rather they did a match? Did you agree with Drew getting involved? What did you think about that women's tag match? Do you think it was a bit overbooked? What did you think about AJ Shinsuke? Is it an all-time classic? Do we need to prepare ourselves for a Dave Meltzer 5-star rating? Yeah, I mean, I think there are some talking points on this show. I certainly don't feel like it's been a waste of a Saturday night, but not by any stretch of the imagination. I think they've put on a pretty fun show, actually. Got to remember, this is not a PLE. It's not a PLE. This is a TV special. In a way, this is an OTT glamorized Raw SmackDown type show, you know? The John Cena retirement at Saturday night's main event in December was very much an exception. You know, that caught a lot of us by surprise that he did that at a Saturday night's main event. Okay, Trick Williams coming down and still all in white, still looking like $1 million. $1 billion, $1 million billion. Right, your tribal chief said Sami is about to get a Road Warrior pop. Well, here we go. We're about to find out, buds. We're about to find out. Sami Zayn's music hits, and the crowd are instantly singing along. Let's go. They save Sami till last, of course. This is a home game for Sami Zayn. Let's go, Sami sign. Someone's even drawn a Sami on that fan sign. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, we did a poll earlier. You lot said that this was Randy's to lose. You had Randy as the favorite. And you had Sami as second. Bum 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 bum. Sami Zayn. Bum 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 bum. Okay, Sami. In the ring, getting a great reaction, as you would imagine. Let's go. Trick wins. Damian's taking the pin, says Kappa. Zayn should have his... Zayn should shave his head or something, says Ricky. Not as big a pop as he would normally get, but still big, said James. Well, he's got big chant. This crowd are in no doubt who they are behind. Sami firing him up. Oh, getting right in the face of Trick, you know. Trick and Sami head to head there. We got some Olays breaking out. Olay, olay. Great thing about this match is, I mean, whatever happens, it's going to be noteworthy, newsworthy. Okay, let's end this poll so we don't get confused with this one. How many votes? Nearly 400 again. And scores are in. It did well. It did well. It did better than I thought. You lot scored it great, 81. Which, I got to be honest, is higher than I would have gone. So that match, even from our community, has scored better than I was anticipating. Okay. Trick jumps out the ring. He said, I do what I want and I do it on my time. That's just going to leave the other 3 in the ring. And I think we've got about 18 minutes left to go here. Loud Sami chants. Okay, right now, Trick grabbing the leg there of Sami, pulling him out the ring. Shots coming in there by Trick. Uppercut coming in there by Randy. Trick going over against the barricades. Another shot coming in there by Randy. Damian jumps over, collides into him, and they all go down. So we are underway with our main event of the evening. Winner of this will go on to face Drew next weekend at the Royal Rumble. Big boot there by Damian. Let's do a quick poll and just see if anyone's changed their mind on this. Who wins? Is it going to be Sami? Is it going to be Damian? Is it going to be Randy? Big kick coming in there by Damian. Poke in the eye. I mean, there's no rules in this. Fatal 4-way. Anything goes. Randy looking around. He's in there with Sami right now. Randy and Sami having a little moment. Kick coming into the midsection there by Randy. Uppercut there by Randy. Sami going back. Actually, a Randy Orton, Sami Zayn singles match would be sick. With Randy's experience and psychology and, well, just Sami's in-ring ability. He's smacking Sami in the head. And the crowd are quite happy to count along. Shots coming in again, though, by Sami. They'll count when Sami's in control as well. Yeah, Wade said there's just an extra spring in Sami's step right now. Kick coming in there by Trick. And again, throwing these kicks in, goes over, throws the kicks into Randy. Trick really laying it in. Get out of here. Get out of here, Randy. Kicks him to the outside. I was for Randy, but I think Sami might get it, said Mad Dog. Drew came out earlier. I like Randy. He fits the best with Drew, Cody, Jacob, says Phoenix. I want Randy, but my heart is saying Sami, said Connor. Canada is now Hack Daze's poll. Yeah, Sami currently in the lead this time, but we did that poll earlier and Randy came out on top. Not by loads. And it could still shift. Sami gets hurled into Randy. Randy goes down. Oh, lovely net breaker there by Trick Williams. 1, 2. Kick out by Sami. Trick is playing the smart game, said Scott. DB said blame Canada. Daze threatened Canadians with a tariff if they didn't vote for Sami, said Davids. I think they're facing enough tariffs. They don't need one from me. You vote for whoever you want. That is the stance of this community. Chick Williams, middle of the ring. I am going to watch the rest of UFC after this, says Wrestling Fan. K-Dub said, I live in Canada and I voted Randy. Don't blame us. Shots coming in there by Sami. Trick equals Booker T, said excellent. Adv. Yeah, he is very reminiscent. He's got such a bright future. I love him, man. Trick grabs that rope, rolls to the outside. Do you remember when he first arrived in NXT with Carmelo and he had that bout it catchphrase? He had that for a little bit. Bout it. He dropped that a long time ago. You should bring it back. Oh, Sami almost lost his footing. Boom! Managed to not, and then delivers a DDT. Shoulder up by Damian. Shoulder up by Damian. Wade Barrett, man. Wade Barrett's like, Sami's not the quickest, he's not the biggest, he's not the strongest, he's not the fastest. I'm like, blimey now, Wade, come on. What has he got, Wade? But I'll tell you, he's got a lovely wife. No, he said he's got guts. No ifs, ands, or buts. Sami Zayn has got guts. Clothesline there by Randy, and again. Over the other side. Oh, look at it. Lovely snap power slam there by Randy. Clothesline trick to the outsides. I'm so happy that Wade Barrett got hired on commentary, said Alex. Sami isn't at the moment. Randy has got Damian looking for that draping DDT. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Going over the other side. Trick. Oh, I thought he was going to do it to Trick. Is he? It feels like he is. Do it, do it. Yeah, he is. It doesn't really make any sense for... Sami Blue Thunder Bomb! Ah! Yeah, that ain't going to do it. We've still got 12 minutes. Why didn't he let him do the draping DDT first? I don't know why he didn't do it first. Two breaks, pay attention, said Daze. Bout it is a timeless phrase. There's no need to bring it back. I'm just saying. Be a lovely little throwback to the OG, to the very beginning. You could just drop it in. I want to know, are you bout it? That'd get a pop out of me. Ah, lovely kick there by Trick, laying out Sami. Two. Sami kicks out. Sami kicks out. He was going for that haluva, but he didn't get it. Kick coming in by Damian. Ooh, another kick there by Damian as Trick goes down, rolls out the ring. It's tradition to lose in your hometown, said Shining Wizards. Oh, onto the top of the barricades goes Damian. Trick. Oh, Sami goes over. Lands on top of Trick. That was a heavy landing. I don't think Trick took much of that, to be honest. But Sami is all fired up. No. He goes round the other side. Bang. Randy. Ah. Okay, Sami back in the ring. He grabs Damian. Exploder. Sami charging over. Haluva connects. Connects. 1, 2. Referee pulled out the... I did wonder how we were going to get out of that. I did wonder how we were going to get out of that. So Trick pulled the ref out the ring. You get out my face. Yeah, you give the... You get out of my face, ref. Right now, Sami grabbing Trick. Sure, yeah. Randy with Trick and bang on the commentary table. Okay, we're into the final 10. We're into the final throws. We can see the finish line in sight here. Alex said, Trick just threatened to bitch slap that referee. I couldn't figure out how to... I should have gone witch slap, really, shouldn't I? I tell you what, Randy's laying everyone out. Randy's killing everyone, said DB. That is a strong table. Yeah, do you know, Logan made that point. He said diving onto that table is moody. It's like diving onto concrete. There's no give on it. I believe him. There's a lot about Logan that I don't believe, but I do believe that. He's going to go again here. And Trick gets slammed on. And again, the table doesn't break. Randy grabs Trick. He's going to look to throw him in the ring. We can hear some RKO chants. Excellent adventure. Says RKO that Trick. Here's Sami. Oh, no joy. No joy. Roll up by Sami. 1, 2. Kick out by Randy. Crowd boo him. Sami in the corner. Moves out the way. Ah! Randy goes shoulder first. Into that ring post. Sami. Ole, ole, ole. Ole, ole. If Sami isn't going to go for a world title at WrestleMania, who is he going to face? And could it be a heel Randy? Oh, no joy. Sami goes back in the corner. Sami is waiting for Randy. This could be interesting if he actually pins Randy. That would give Randy a reason to be upset with Sami. This could be interesting. Well, all of it's interesting. Sami in the corner right now. Charging over. RKO! Trick comes in. Trick comes in. He's going to steal it. 1, 2. Ah! Damian makes the save. Damian makes the save. Blammin' hell, mate. Blammin' hell. You know, jumping on an RKO. I mean, you can't see Sami kicking out of an RKO. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Yeah, I mean, look, he just got RKO'd. Sami ain't kicking out of an RKO, in my opinion. So whoever got the pin there was going to get the win. Trick steals it, and he didn't take long to get the pin. It needed some outside interference there in order to get through that little segment. Sami didn't move. Big boot by Trick. Kick coming back. Is Sami going to get that Daniel Bryan storyline? Oh, I mean, it'd be amazing if we could do something like that. We're going for a double drape DDT. Boom! God, this has been fun, man. I've enjoyed this main event. Crowd are really making a lot of noise here. And they're asking for more RKOs. RKO. RKO. He goes down. He's setting his sights on Trick Willie. Randy has set his sights on Trick Willie. Here we go. Nope. Didn't get it. Oh, straight into a choke slam. Bang. South of Heaven by Damian. Trick trying to capitalize. 1, 2. No, kick out by Damian. I tell you what, Trick looking good in this match. Is more than holding his own. He's having a go at this ref again. Got 4 minutes left to go. Trick turns around. Another South of Heaven. Damian. No. Reverse Trick. Trick. Bang. Big shot. Sami gets him. Trick comes over. Exploder. Here we go. Here we go. Setting him up for the haluva. Sami over the other sides. This is what Canada wants. Here we go. Sami with a haluva. Misses. Misses. And he really committed. Grabs his knee. Sami is down. Trick going to the outsides. Trick looking to climb up right now. Crowd are booing. Is he going to get RKO'd from up there or something? Oh, big shot coming in. I could just visualize like Randy coming along and hitting like a monster RKO. But instead it's Sami climbing up, looking for a superplex. Spartan, hello, bud. Hope you're well. He is looking for a superplex. Damian's come over. I think we might be getting like a big multi-person spot. 092 Film said Trick should win. Yeah, it's a couple of years too late for Sami. Over the other side is Damian. Damian charging over to Trick. Trick through the ropes. Shoulder to the midsection. We're really into the final throws of this now. We've got like 2 minutes left to go. Haluva! Haluva connects! Haluva connects! Sami 1, 2, 3, he gets it! Oh my God, Sami wins! Sami wins! Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre. Next weekend in Saudi Arabia. Mate, that haluva just came out of nowhere. It absolutely just came out of nowhere. It cuts to the crowd. We saw his wife in the crowd. There she is. And you can see Sami's kid as well. And you can also see what this means to Sami Zayn. Yeah, man, look at that. He gets planted down. That razor's edge. Kind of felt like he was out of it, but boom! There it was. And there was no one to make the save. Randy tried, but he was too late. And finally, something to smile about for Sami in Montreal. Obviously, memories of Elimination Chamber. Falling short against Roman Reigns all those years ago. Sami Zayn. Oh, here's Drew. Here's Drew. Sami moves out the way. Drew to the outsides. Sami was ready. Sami was ready. Oh, look at what a clown. What a clown. Chuckles just tried to get in there and sneak attack Sami. He got humbled. He got flipping humbled. Just like he's gonna next weekend when Sami Zayn becomes the new WWE champion. I mean, it's definitely not gonna happen, but it could happen. But it won't happen. But it could happen. It's his time. It's his time. This is Sami's world. We're just living in it, guys. We need to accept that. This is it. This is what us Sami stans have been waiting for. All our commitment is about to pay off big time. Big time. Right. let's get the end of this poll and let's go over what just happened, said K-Dub. I'll tell you what happened. Good things just happened. A good person who tries his hardest. Lovely family man. Yeah. A pillar of the community. A good charitable soul. Just won a wrestling match. And he will compete for the WWE Championship next weekend, where he is 100% going to lose. It's not a flipping hope in hell. Not a hope in hell. He is not going into Mania as WWE Champion. I know it. You know it. He knows it. Drew knows it. Everyone knows it. Montreal knows it. We all know it. But we dare to dream. We dare to dream. I'm not a fan of Sami, but I wouldn't be hurt if he did win, kind of, says King Yeti. Did anyone feel like that main event was a bit slow and everyone fighting each other in like a 1v1 fashion, said Fiona's. You do get that, though, with kind of those types of matches where people go out and you sort of focus on like matches within the match. So it can go that way. I actually thought that it was quite fun. There was some spots in there I really enjoyed. I really liked that RKO. Sami was dead. He needed Damian to make that save. I really enjoyed that. I think people enjoyed the table spot on the outside being spammed. Haluva at the end was tasty. It kind of felt like that's the way it was always going to go, with a big Haluva to wrap this up. Interesting, he gets the pin on Damian. So we didn't know who he was going to get the pin on. I did wonder if he got the pin on Randy, if that could be a seed for something. But he gets the pin on Damian after delivering that Haluva. Drew obviously coming down afterwards, trying to attack, foiled. And we know that they are on a collision course next weekend. So we've got the Rumbles. We know we've got the Rumbles. And everyone's going to tune in to see what happens there and if Jericho's going to come back and all of that. So, you know, now we can really get excited about the Rumble. I do think Saturday night's main event was in the way. I think, actually, we needed a couple of weeks gap between this and the Rumble, because I think that the build to this has kind of just overshadowed the Rumble. Now that this is out the way, we're fully on the road, aren't we, for a week? We've got a 1 week road to the Royal Rumble. And we know that we've got AJ Gunther retirement match, potentially. Could be his last match. We know that we've got Drew Sami for the championship. Could Sami get it done? No. And then we've got the Women's Rumble, the Men's Rumble. I don't know, is there a women's tag title match or something that's been announced? Is there anything that I am forgetting that's been announced? Because they're the only matches I can think of the top of my head. Let's have a look. AJ, Gunther, Drew, Sami, Women's Rumble, Men's Rumble. They're the only matches that have been announced so far. Yep. Okay. They may add one more, or they might just leave it at that. But it's pretty much there or thereabouts at this point. Even though the result was predictable, the main event was a great match. It's had some twists and turns and made me second guess. And I'm all right with that, said Uncle Revel. Mystery Entertainment, Justin, shout out to you, my friends. It's official. Rumble season is 7 days away, said Simply Simon. Penta is in a AAA Cruiserweight Championship match, says David. I bet that we get Stephanie Raquel, says Mayor Pete. Serini said, good night. I wish this was 3 hours long, unlike SmackDown. Yeah, it was a pretty solid show, this. Pretty solid show. The Rumble needs to be 2 nights instead of SummerSlam, says Duron. Word Life Cena fan, hello. Big Oz, shout out to you, my friends. Good night. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, what if Theory is actually with Seth and he cost Breaker the title at Mania and then Seth comes out and greets Theory? Thoughts? I feel like we've touched on that a few times, but the whole is Theory secretly with Seth conversation. I think it's a possible, plausible story. It's not the direction that I would go, and it's not the story I think they're telling. The reason for that is because we know that rumor was that Theory was meant to be in the Survivor Series team, and then Seth got injured. So that says to me that Theory was always joining the Vision, and that's what he's done. He's joined the Vision, just like he was going to. So we can absolutely change direction, and we can have Theory go with Seth, but you know, the comment I made before is, what's the long-term plan there? I mean, are you going to have Seth and Theory as a tag team? I mean, how are we building Theory? I feel like there's a way forward with Theory in the Vision, which is you have him in the Vision, you have people hating on him, but you start to cause some trouble within the Vision. Finally, they turn on him, like in a year's time. And then he, you know, comes after them. And then you've got super babyface Theory. You will have had 12 months of him having regular matches. He will break out of the Vision and be this big superhero type character. And I feel like that's a long-term plan to get him to be a face. And, you know, there's creative we can do there. And, you know, him being in the Vision is keeping him in big segments and blah, 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 blah. If you go the other way and reveal that he's actually secretly working with Seth and, you know, come WrestleMania, it's him and Seth, I don't know what the plan is for the rest of the year. I mean, what do you do with Theory? I mean, does he just hang around Seth? Do they work as a tag team? Does he have singles matches? But then what does Seth do during that? Does Seth come down at ringside? And I don't know. I don't know. I think for me, keeping him in the Vision and keeping him heel, I can understand the booking of that. So I wouldn't go the direct. I think the short term swerve of oh my god, he was actually working for Seth all along. It's not worth it. I don't think it's interesting enough to take us down that road. Personally, I feel like it's I feel like for his long term benefit, it would make more sense to keep him in the Vision and keep him with Paul Heyman, and actually, you know, have him around Heyman, make him a Heyman guy, have him around Bron Breakker, who's, you know, this fast rising star, keep him a heel, get him regular promo time, regular matches, and work towards him breaking out of the Vision and work towards him becoming a babyface. That would be the plan and the path that I would go down. So doesn't mean they won't do the alternative and have it so that he is actually a secret agent, but I sort of feel like that is a short-term thing. And then long-term, how are you booking him? How are we... Because the big picture is, forget little storylines, the big picture is we need this to click for Austin Theory. We all want Theory to be the best version of himself. How do we achieve that? That is the goal. That's the real goal. Forget little storyline things. Babyface, heel, with Seth, without Seth, in the Vision, out the Vision. Forget all of that. How do we get the best out of Austin Theory? Who does he need to be with? What does he need to bring the best out in him? Whatever the answer is to that is what we should be doing. I think him being in the Vision and being with Heyman is the right thing for him right now. I think Seth isn't going to get back in time for Mania, says Fuge. I think it'd be cool if Theory was Vision after Seth returned for a while, and then betray them for Seth, but just not at Mania. Connor said, Daze, I would rate Saturday night's main event an 8. I really like the Cody Jacob brawl. The start of the show, see you for Monday Night Raw. Yeah, actually, have they announced a Royal Rumble for tomorrow? It's not a problem if not, because, I mean, I need to do Rumble predictions, and there's definitely things that I can be doing. But I did say if they were going to do one, I'd be interested. Oh, wow. Wow, look what they've just put up. I have not seen that. They've just added the Madison Square Garden show where Hogan wins the belt for the very first time from the Iron Sheik in '84. That's when he becomes champ. And obviously he's champ by the time we get to WrestleMania in '85. So this is like just over a year before WrestleMania 1. And this is him beating the Iron Sheik to become the WWE champion for the first time. That was the belt at the time, the big green belt. Ugly. Iconic, but ugly. And we would obviously change that belt, but many times. But that's not the belt he has when he goes to Mania. I've seen the match many times, him and the Iron Sheik. I've seen that match many times, but I don't think I've seen the full show. This goes an hour and 56. So it's the full Madison Square Garden event. It dropped 13 hours ago. Honestly, worth a watch. 20,000 have watched it. I will be one of those people. Right, let's have a look, see if there's anything put up here before. No. There's no live stream that's set up yet. And there's nothing, you know, before they did a post to say, hey, we're doing this. But that's just promoting the fact they've put up Shotgun Saturday Night's main event, whatever. There's that Hogan one. Really need to keep an eye on this because we know that the library of content is coming off Peacock now. So that means more and more is coming onto the vaults. So well worth keeping an eye on what's coming on. I mean, look, the whole Battle Royal at the Royal Albert Hall dropped. We've got that classic episode, Hogan becoming champ for the very first time. There's a behind the scenes of AJ's Rumble debut. Yeah, WWE Untold. This is why it makes me smile. You think about like all those documentaries that showed you behind the scenes stuff and have done for years. And here's an example. WWE Untold. Behind the scenes of AJ Styles' Rumble debut. And, you know, you're going in Gorilla, you're going backstage. You're seeing kind of, you know, what happened lead into AJ's debut. Granted, we go further with WWE Unreal, but this idea that we had not pulled the curtain back before is wrong. We've been showing you behind the scenes for quite a long time now, and some really interesting stuff from behind the scenes as well. So, yeah, that's up if anyone wants to watch that. So, right, I need to go anyway because I need to do the breakdown video. But the point I'm making is there's lots of good stuff over here. And unfortunately, a live Rumble tomorrow is not one of them. Right, let's get the poll for our main events. So you lot enjoyed it. You said it was great, 67. So our match of the night was the AJ match. That was our match of the night. Okay. Appreciate people joining us. I'm going to do the breakdown now. So if you want to kind of listen to the breakdown, we'll be doing that. I'm going to do the feedback request right now. Feedback required. What did you think about Saturday night's main events? Get your thoughts in, and I'll do the breakdown, and then we'll get and do this feedback. Opinions video, lovely. Okay, great. Okay, thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.